Hello and welcome. It's Theater Thursday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Lore, Prostar, Zevis. Hello, Varus, Chocoberry. Hello, King of Death. My God. Terrifying name. Hello, Dice God. Let's see. Varus, thank you very much for 28 months. My God. Incredibly kind to you, brother. But I also see that you've broken your sleep schedule. Naughty, naughty. Thank you very much, though. Your generosity has always been very kind, my man, as shown by your obscene, gift badge beside you. Let's see. Who else haven't I greeted yet? Hello, Johnny. First time chatter. Welcome. Yeah, not the 300 gift sub badge beside you. Yeah, nothing obscene. How we doing tonight? I'm doing great, brother. I get to hang out with all of you guys, work on a map that I've been meaning to work on for a while, hash out some ideas. All that fun stuff. We're working on a map today, actually. I should be able to transition. Oh, we're on the D&D one. Fuck my life. Whoops. Let's just go ahead and... Has that just been on Shadows of Thorlins this entire time? Nobody said anything? That's my life. Perfect. There we go. Am I a bear covered in honey? Yes, I am. Oh, welcome to my streams. Despite what the picture may show you on my stream icon over there, I am in fact a bear. Well, I would like, of course, the glowy arm. But I think that we're going to give that to Gremmel because Gremmel's has lost their hand for longer. So in terms of seniority, they technically have seniority in that regards. So I will, I won't be fighting them on that. I want to try and find another way to get an arm. Actually, I should join the Discord as well. That way people can join me. I would like to get potentially find another way to find or gain an arm because I want Delwyn to gain like a druidic arm, like an arm made of like bark and leaves and stuff like that. That's what I wanted for him. Before Brett changed the rule. What the fuck did you just do, Varys? God, Varys. That wasn't a challenge, motherfucker. That wasn't like, oh yeah, give me subs. No, brother. Thank you for your fucking 20 gifted subs, man. Go to bed, you old man. I swear to God. In short, I want to find something that would let me do like Shantae style magic and get like a druid arm. I had a picture for it and everything, but Brett changed the rules, so now I need to find something within the setting within Curse of Strahd that would give me a druid arm. Because I brought it up? That is, no. You cannot put me to blame. What's up, Skullthrone? That's right, Bear Gang. I'm interested in playing Dungeons and Dragons for the first time. Any tips? I accidentally. Welcome. First time chatter. There are a number of tips that I can give you for your first time playing Dungeons and Dragons. I'll give you several right off the bat. First, you could run Dungeons and Dragons yourself. The worry that often comes about is that you need to know all of the rules and all of the monsters and everything like that to be able to even run Dungeons and Dragons. That is not the case. You, right now, can get 3 to 4 other people who perhaps have never played Dungeons and Dragons before. You can get the rules online for free and run a game tonight. You can get behind the DM screen, sit down at the table, and run a game tonight. But it does require just a little bit of prep. But it's doable. The other ways that you could go about playing Dungeons and Dragons for the first time is simply exploring the various forums that are available. You could go to the D&D Discord, in which they run a number of games via their search functions that are in there. You could potentially go to places like Roll20, which is a free virtual tabletop, which I do know has forums and people hosting games, always looking for new players. Skullthrone, I mean, it is literally a small amount of prep. In the grand scheme of things, a tiny bit of prep. If you would like, accidentally, there is a YouTube series which inspired me greatly by a very well-spoken dungeon master. They have a series called Running the Game. You only need the first 5 episodes. It's made by a man known as Matt Colville, or MCDM. If you find that perhaps my answer is not fitting enough, you will find your answers there, because that man, back in 2016, when he first started that series, is who inspired me to become a dungeon master.
Hello.
Howdy.
How goes?
It goes well. I'm talking to chat.
Very good. I'm posting the texture that I think would be interesting if you add to ATIS.
You do who to what now?
I'm posting a picture that I think would be interesting if you add it to ATIS.
Interesting. Okay. I'll take a peek.
There.
What the fuck is that?
It's Crumblord, the cookie dragon from Cookie Clicker.
Why the fuck is there a cookie dragon? I thought you clicked cookies in that game.
You do, and then you eventually get a cookie dragon.
That sounds like the best kind of dragon ever.
You know what?
It has...
You know who made that?
Who?
Culinarium Prime.
Hell yeah.
Even better.
It has a milk breath attack, by the way.
I see.
Imagine a breath attack of pressurized chocolate chips.
Jesus. Yeah, your skin just gets... I mean, honestly, steamed milk, regular milk, you're losing your skin regardless. Heaven forbid you made a joke earlier in the campaign and told me your character was lactose intolerant.
Melted chocolate would be better because it would stick.
I mean, you're not wrong. But listen, I
Just
can
a
only be
psychopath.
so much of a sadist.
Listen. There are only ceilings if you stop trying. I can say this because I'm not playing in your campaigns right now, so I am currently safe.
You're safe until I go tell your husband.
I'm literally playing in a game where I fell asleep to see my unconscious body with my daughter laying next to me, realizing I can't wake up. How you can't traumatize me emotionally.
I don't need to
like he can.
traumatize you. I need him to traumatize you.
He's
I just
already doing a good enough job of it
gotta
as
make
is.
a call. I gotta make a call like the president can make a call, and then your life gone, ruined.
He's already emotionally torturing me. What else can he take from me?
I'm sending you to Gitmo.
I want to see that D20 roll. He's already got me emotionally scarred. Come on, let's see the intimidation like chat says. Come on, roll it.
Very well. Here. I'll roll it in Discord.
Yay! What channel?
The Dice Rolls channel. Let's see. What level do you think I am?
DM, I would put you at 20 if not epic level.
Proficiency bonus for...
It depends on your class. What class do you envision yourself, DM?
6 just based off that. I'll be generous. I'll give myself a 14 charisma.
Sir, I've seen that beard. Give yourself a 16.
Oh, God. It don't work. Oh, ours is very different. I must be using a different system.
26. Alright. I'm going to give myself a 14 in charisma.
I know you're pretty. I know your little cow icon's pretty cute, and you do have the advantage of being right there at his face.
I have another advantage too, but we're on stream.
Then I also have that advantage.
Whatever.
Actually, I should add a number to that. He called me daddy.
Oh God!
I want this.
I'll give
you're
myself
figuring out your
I'll
roll.
give myself a +6, which is the charisma, and I'm gonna give myself a couple pluses for me being probably one of the most stubborn people you ever met, and you know it.
Of that, I agree. You're tied with Momo for the most stubborn people I know in my life.
Yeah, you win. Okay, I'll behave.
Hello, Remus.
I would crit fail against you of all people. You know that, right?
That's so funny.
I actually had something pay off in D&D though.
Oh?
They're being all secretive and stuff like that, and I assessed somebody's personality and realized this is a lawful good character.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because we have like our D&D knowledge and like some of our regular knowledge, since this is like an isekai campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this is somebody who is morally just. I'm like, this person is like borderline paladin. And then he gave me the description. I'm like, and he probably has vow of poverty.
Poverty
I go up
sounds
to
like
him.
a old, like 3.5 thing, I assume.
It is a 3.5. It is when you take it, there's it does go retroactive. I think when you take vow of poverty, you can't have any magical items. You can't have anything
Really?
of substance. But it gives you magical pluses to your attacks and everything like that. A vow of poverty
Gotcha.
monk was ridiculous. A vow of poverty fighter and or paladin, if you can pull it off because you can't have full plate, even worse.
I think if your dex was... Well, actually, I don't know how their old system worked for armor class.
But like you end up getting like +5s to like attack, and like things count as magical. You don't have to eat or breathe or like even sleep. Like it's ridiculous. Like if you can pull it off, because the rules are like if your DM's kind of like a loosey goosey, you could probably get away with some. But if your DM's on it and you pull it off, you're good. I managed to do it once at the end of a campaign. Once. I literally sacrificed all my magical items. Every last one of them.
Interesting. Just
It
for
worked.
like pluses to hit and shit.
Yeah, I was 3/5. I was a what was called the scout class, which was ranger only with movement and attacks in between move. It was like a bastardized like rogue ranger mix. I was a scout dervish.
I remember you telling me about your dervish character.
Yeah, she ended up taking it at the end. That's why she is nasty.
Hello, lads in chat. Welcome, welcome.
But like, it's kind of like a leveling system that he's doing. So I have to earn my way into this guild, and then we get skills from the classes. You don't get levels in the classes. Our levels are based off of how many souls we consume, because we eat people apparently.
Oh,
and magical items and stuff.
You're a psycho.
No, I actually feel kind of like, because this is me, I actually kind of feel bad. Because it's kind of like...
Kind of feel bad?
Let me tell you the weight, and I'll hear you out. What lengths would I go to get back to my family?
Fair enough.
But I realize that I also kind of have a hard line of at what point in time do I say I can't even face my family? So like I'm kind of balancing that out, because this is effectively a fantasized version of me.
Yeah, it's Isekai.
Oh, it's so good. I already like it's a D100 roll on what I pull off of like whatever we get. And there are like, and it's not just us here. It's like other people from our world there too that have
Oh.
this ability and the soul pulling and everything like that. And some of them, because there's a gong anytime somebody from our place comes over. So there's these people called hunters that are like literally just people.
They show up
They
the
show
fucking moment you roll in, and they go, "Hey,
They
idiot,"
hear the
and
gong,
kill
they
ya.
start heading. But there's also good people who start heading, being like, "Hey, these people are complete douches." Like one of the hunters, he showed a picture, and she has what looks to be like little crystal Pokeballs, and I'm like, I know my husband. There's no Pikachu in that thing. It's a horror beyond. It's an Eldritch horror beyond man comprehension. I know that she's packing like an aboleth or something in those. I'm not dealing with that. And he's like, she's the youngest. I'm like, I bet she is. You're gonna really test on whether I'd pop a 14-year-old in the face, aren't you? But like one of the guys I'm playing with realizes, hey, this isn't actually me. He's sleeping around like a man whore. Such a man whore. And then there's me who goes up to Paladin guy and is like, hey, because we each have like unique abilities too. My ability, because I'm so blind in real life, is apparently I see everything. I can also tell the difference between regular people from here, our people, and I pretty much get the scan ability at will, eventually.
Oh, nice.
So I get like weaknesses and stuff like that. And because he knows that I'll probably end up in the Bard College with like my instruments and stuff, like with my passive abilities that I have in real life. He's like, you'll even get like secrets that you can use for cutting words. I'm like, yes! I get to prey on people's insecurities.
Very dope.
Yeah, but then I've got my like I'm playing with Travis, the best man. And he's a science teacher. He literally can full metal alchemist turn shit into gold and diamonds and shit. Including pieces of his own body.
That's very dope.
He can transmute. But mine's a little bit worse because my final ability, you know how I told you about the soul sucking? That D100 tells you how much you get. If you don't get it, they remember you and they come back. Until somebody gets that 100 roll on you, you're good. But if they get the 100, you're dead. Or if you go to, he has stamina and hit points, or if you drop to 0. But it's so weird because my last ability, because like I can see like inner workings, is they usually escape after everybody gets one shot at them. I can hold the soul in place for 5 minutes, giving multiple attempts.
Oh, you get to run when I hit
that pinnacle. So basically, I get to decide: do I become the executioner or not? I know I have an idea of what he's playing at, and I don't know if I'm okay with it because I do have morals, and there will be at a point where if they cross it, I'll be like, I'm not going home. Me going home is not worth all these atrocities I'm committing.
That is a great way to look at it, because you are committing atrocities, even in a fantasy world. Those nightmares don't go away, smile.
But I end up going to the guy, being completely honest, being like, yeah, I'm here. Listen, I'm a mom. I'm married. I really don't want to be here. I want to go home. And he gave me the first lead because I was very upfront and honest. I'm like, I know what you are. I can see it. And he's like, that's your ability. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I was a hibachi chef. Bro made me dinner, for being honest.
Nice.
I got sushi in Fantasyland.
Paul.
I'm excited. It's actually really fun. I'm not a fan because my D20 roll, like, it's the opposite for you and my husband whenever I'm playing with you guys or you guys are running me. With my husband, I can't hit a D100 roll to save my life in my favor. But the D20 rolls, I'm good. With you, my D20 rolls are trash, but my percentile rolls are fine.
Yeah, I do remember you having unnaturally good D100 rolls.
Yeah, and you saw it. I'm not faking it. Like with you, my D100 rolls are on point. Because your percentages don't count as hard as atomics. And I realize that it's whatever counts the most for me at the moment, I'm going to fail at. That's my luck. But when we first started, we had to travel through Feyland, and 2 of our party members gave away their names like idiots.
Nice.
Yeah, we have our D&D knowledge. We have our D&D knowledge. You want to know what I didn't do? I didn't accept anything. I didn't give my name. But I did give something to one of them.
Well, I do like gifts. I treat you a little bit more favorably.
Yeah, it was chocolate. One
Nice.
of, like, you get to pull, remember the bags that I did for mine?
Mm-hmm.
It's a percentile roll, and we get 5 items. Depending on the percentile roll, depends on how close to what we ask for. If we ask for something generic and we go boots and say it's a fail and we don't pull anything, I can never pull boots out of the bag.
Oh, shit.
Again. Huh?
I said, oh, shit.
Yeah. I ended up getting this refilling box of chocolates, of buff chocolates. And I gave one to a fey chipmunk, who then found me in the Primaterial plane, and his name is now Philip, and he is my chipmunk. But he's not a chipmunk anymore because I realized I can also change things around me, and I changed the chipmunk into a sparrow. And it was horrifying. But he didn't remember it, so he wasn't traumatized.
Oh,
but
yeah, that's great.
But Atomic's description of the whole thing had me being like, what did I do?
Yeah, you brutally transformed that creature, is what you did.
This is my husband, who is a mutual friend of Crown and I's system that he is playing with in real life. With me in a real life campaign.
Really shouldn't be putting these little finer details on here just yet.
Lore, I will let Atomic know you said so. He will take that compliment. He is a very, very... Well, let's just say my husband and Crown are... I'm convinced to this day that they may be clones of each other. Okay? The only thing I haven't seen in Crown that I've seen in my husband is the gremlin streak. I got to see the gremlin streak when he was playing with us in one of Crown's campaigns. I haven't seen that with Crown yet. I've seen capitalistic evil Crown, but I haven't seen gremlin Crown. And I want to make that a new alignment. For CE, capitalistic evil.
Capitalistic. I mean, yeah. If ever there was a new alignment to be added. Huh.
Isn't that just capitalism?
Oh, I see what you did.
You know, I tried DMing 2 DMs and I questioned my life choices. I tried DMing 2 DMs in Sizzle, and I immediately started questioning my life choices. What am I talking about?
I think Sizzle was the most tame of the characters.
Yes, he was! I don't understand it, but okay.
A mustache, very well.
Though, I will say Boomstick will live in my heart forever. Forever.
You'll be pleased to know I'm playing Boomstick's predecessor.
I know, I've been watching.
Oh, good.
I love your cat.
I love Oscar. He's a very fun character.
I know, I picked up on the voice, like, almost immediately. I'm like, oh, Boomstick.
I was very tempted to make Boomstick for this game, but then everybody was like, let's be Palicos. So I was like, okay. I'll just play a big old cat then. And Oscar Kingsford is a name that I really enjoy. So I was like, yeah, what if I just made King a cat?
Dude, I really hope I get to play Beatrice with you one day, dude. I like her, and I fleshed her out a lot more.
The world keeps growing. I have a lot of stuff I want to see that I think I have a lot of stuff that I've made, not for the current party, but for like other people, if that makes sense. Where like I have story beats that for this current party would make no sense, but make sense if there are certain people in the party. I just can't help it. When I like a character, I just make stuff for that character.
Like I like Beatrice. Like what I'm not gonna say anything in here. BK. I actually like the name Beatrice. I was gonna name if I ever had another daughter, but I decided to stop at birthing to having 3. I probably would have gone with B. Either Beatrice or Emery. Emily. That was just me talking to you.
Is this the Rosewood map? Yes. This is the seat of the county, the city of Rosewood. The older version map.
Hey, yeah, isn't that where
Yeah.
B's boyfriend is?
Good question. You stop trying to get rid of this map? Hold on. I'll show you guys the old version. Yes, if I'm remembering your backstory correctly, yeah, her boyfriend's here.
Mm-hmm. You know, gotta disappoint the parents some way.
I don't think you disappoint King. Well, not now. Not after your mom has had him for a while.
True.
I think if it was like a younger King,
Oh, yeah.
you'd get be really fucking pissed.
You're never going out of town again. You're going to stay here. You're going to become a nun. But Daddy, I want to get into bare knuckle boxing.
You go hang out with Roy.
If you remember, she did.
This is old Rosewood.
I still love the colors in Rosewood, period. If you're still doing a similar color. It's so gorgeous.
I want to do a similar color. Greens and reds sort of make the red pop. The main city itself is going to be a lot of red capped buildings.
Okay, art nerd coming out. Also, the kind of neutral browns and stuff you put in there help it blend so well. On the on the fields and stuff like that, those neutral browns also kind of give it a kind of.
I know what you mean. I plan on putting farms on the outlying as well.
Dude, I hope I get to meet you someday so you can actually see me talking with my hands when I talk to you.
Have you or a PC played a Noble on the Run? Yes.
2 of us. Uria's brother and my character who was with Uria's brother, Erisys Irithil from the 3rd house. I'm sorry, 5th house got moved up.
Verana was also a Noble on the Run.
Mm-hmm.
Siluro was also a Noble on the Run.
Almost the entirety was Nobles on the Run, weren't they? Except for like my character and Kellen.
Not all of them were on the run.
True.
Kellen wasn't. Alaric wasn't.
Was Kellen a noble? Was I the only one not a noble in that campaign?
I mean, he wasn't technically a noble. Like his father. Well, technically, by rules, he was a part of nobility because his father was a lord. Um, it's a lot of minutia.
Then there's my peasant ask God.
Sabine was a dame, so not a noble. Close to being one, though, in terms of like how usually it worked. The knight to lord, the knight to lord pipeline is very much there. And then Ashilde wasn't.
No, she's part of a crafting house.
Mm. Which, I mean, in its own way, depending on the crafting, nobility. Like, yeah, tied to guilds and shit, you can generally run into nobility that way.
Yeah, true. Because her family was all jewel crafters except for her, which she was closet, which is why he was like, "Hey, buddy, I know you're trying to be a wizard, trying to break the mold, but no, you know where you belong." And I'm like, "You're right."
I want the town to have a lot of these, a lot of like areas of trees inside the walls as well.
And whatnot.
Yeah, I want to have a lot of parks, a lot of little beauty areas.
If you go over where your cursor just was, right there, I bet a lot of shady dealings happen. Right there. Mm-hmm. Because it's far away enough from the towers, and that's you still got cover. Shady dealings right there.
I can tell you where the shady shit happens. It's this area. Because you're technically outside the walls. Which means that when this was made, when CTF was around, it was much easier to grease the palms of guards and shit.
I do like the more, like, noble take that's been going on, too. From when I, like, Sunday mornings have been busy as fuck.
Yeah, this version, I've definitely enjoyed a considerable amount. I've had a worry recently that I was doing something similar to what happened with CTF, where I was sort of rushing plots and stuff. So I think what I'm gonna do when the party gets back to Elion is I'm gonna give them a long stretch of downtime to basically do what they want. So they can go explore and all that stuff. Explore the world and adventure and not feel obligated to go on like little adventures and stuff, or like the main adventure. Because that was a big thing with CTF that I fucked up, was I made everything a main adventure, and that shouldn't be the case. There should be a lot of stuff that you guys as players can go off and sort of pursue on your own, without needing me to fucking like loom over you, basically. So I think that's what I'm going to do when the party gets back for Fall's Reaping. I'm just going to give them basically free reign of the map and tell them, go explore. Go do some adventuring. There's going to be a little bit before you guys go fight the Manticore.
I'm not part of... That's not me. That's them.
I know. I still talk about you because you were still a player of mine.
I know, but you know what I can't wait for? I want that man... I want a second round with a Manticore. I've got feelings.
It crossed you that much, huh? I mean, it did basically almost like
it tried to suplex me out of the air.
Yeah. I can understand you feeling cross.
Sabine is another one that I would love to go back to and
Sabine
do
was
right.
a fun one.
She didn't feel right, like, for the area.
We would have had, even now we'd sort of have to rework her a little bit. Just to sort of better explain the purpose of like why Knights of Sariel are wayfaring and stuff like that.
Because we're prostitutes.
No. It's sort of fucked up to like, because I imagine that there is actual like prostitution and everything like that, but to call like a Knight of Sariel like a prostitute almost feels like debasing. Because again, they don't sleep with just anybody.
No,
Remember, they're meant to teach and train and sort of teach
Yeah,
new.
I had them more like the Serenity and Firefly companions. As more like, I'm here to help, not pay me. Because she didn't get paid a lot. It's all donations. I'm all stabby right now. Minus the Political Action Committee.
And the boss from medical.
Yeah, I said minus the Political Action Committee.
I mean, I wouldn't even really go so far as to call them sex workers. Like,
no,
their main practice is teaching nobles
emotional
how to be
connection.
nobles.
Nobles how to be nobles and emotional connection. What, like inner working. Because that's a very, very complicated web. Like actual emotional connection and duty. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, it feels kind of fucked just to call him like a prostitute. Like, that feels almost like something you would say as like an insult.
True.
Calistria
I think
is Galarian's goddess of both physical love and revenge. Nice.
But the whole Knights of Sariel is something I really wanted to flesh out with you. Like that's one of the things I also wanted to do with Sabine. Like I wanted that.
Well, Sariel's still one that I need to hash out and better expand upon in terms of my gods. So
you know who he he reminds me of a mix of like 3 kind of deific figures all together, and that's I think why I like him, because I like those deities too. Because he's not a lot like one or a lot like the other. It's like a nice combination, like with the arrogance you portray him as and stuff like that.
Yeah. Does have a little bit of that arrogance going on.
He's like the hottest thing in existence. No shit. Quite literally. The only ones who can even come close, I'm guessing, are other deities. Specifically the one he hangs out with and Mean Girls with.
He does do that. I forgot about it. Sir Darren Lark, a disciple of Sariel? That's a great question. All that the party knows is that Sir Darren Lark worships an entity known as the Beautiful. Which, I mean, who else would refer to themselves as such aside from the Beautiful, Sariel?
I can think of one, just to spit in his face. But I'm not going to say it out loud. Spoilers. But it's another one of your deific figures that I had an interest in. I think I went into discussion with you about one of my old characters probably being a good fit for them.
Remind me?
Amethyst, her backstory. Because remember, she's supposed to be brought up to be
Which deity?
like the worst of the worst, and she's like, I'm going to be a bard instead. And then she ran into a lich who had a son who literally did almost the same thing.
Mhm.
Did he become a bard as well? Out of morbid curiosity.
He was a bard.
Oh my god, that's great.
Yeah, Carter's alive right now. He's currently ruling alongside his wife, Phalith Fairdragon, which I believe she'd have changed her name. I don't believe she's a Fairdragon anymore. Actually, no, wait. I think she is still a Fairdragon. I think Carter took her last name. And she's part of like a triumvirate that rules Mauritania right now on behalf of Carousel. So when he got saved from Turbo Hell after being killed by his father, he got saved by her, and they lived happily ever after. I think they have a
That's
kid
one way
together.
to deal with the disappointment of a child.
Yeah. Kazardas was
Is that why he was so nice to her at times? Because he felt bad?
So the big thing with Kazardas is a big thing that I've there's a lot of context that chat is missing. This is shit from like way
Years ago.
before I even started streaming.
Years.
My setting has been long running for a while. So pull up the map. A big thing with Kazardas.
You know they all love lore dumps. They love the lore. Look at him.
A big thing with Kazardas is that Kazardas had moments of like dementia, basically, or like Alzheimer's. Like he had been around for so long that there were moments where he remembered having a kid. So that was a big thing for him, was meeting younger people and sort of treating them like his child. And then there would be moments where that weird fogginess left, and then he was
a dick.
The bastard he was.
Well aware. Where's
my maps? So, on this landmass here, I haven't renamed it because I like the name too much, and too much history was built around it. This is the landmass of Mauritania. It bears a similar resemblance to that of Irist, also known as Enorlur. Mauritania was an island ruled by the Caressian Empire. Basically laid claim to it during the Shadowed Age, established a basically one of the leaderships here within Mauritania, basically answers to the empire. They basically are like a sovereign land. Not sovereign, sorry, they're a vassal of the empire. Imports, exports, all that shit, blah, blah, blah. Darkness befell it, as is pretty common with the sort of outskirts of the empire. A lot of like the empire's like satellite regions sort of fall to darkness. This was no different. The party eventually arrives at Mauritania, and the initial party of my first ever game is Phalith Fairdragon, who's an artificer from Carousel. Basically has been pining to get artificing as part of the empire, but has basically been ignored for the most part because the elves think that magic is best. You have Azaeus, who is a follower of Zomarin, the goddess of war. Previously, her name was Xanthos. He is a half-elf monk from Tyros, who basically arrived here on behalf of his mentor, who told him to come and find something within Mauritania, while the rest of his monastery was destroyed. It basically got destroyed, and he was sent here to look for an answer. And then the third of the party was Caladan, who is an Asimar of the Empire. He is basically, or an Einherjar is what they would be called now. Oh god. Parados, the mother of elves. He would start as a cleric and then eventually become a paladin, if I remember correctly, or it was vice versa. Either he started as a paladin, became a cleric, or he was a cleric that became a paladin. They meet and they clear out a temple of was originally Zeloff, who became Shelier, which connected to the River Salve. They got tricked by cultists who basically destroy the protections that were guarding the River Salve, so that way they could unleash a vampire lord. They end up sealing the vampire lord, end up killing the cultist, freeing Father Joffrey, and then they continue their march into the rest of Mauritania. And Mauritania is where they meet the big bad known as Khazrados, who is a very powerful lich who used to be the former ruler of this place in service to the Empire, achieved lichdom, and basically went psycho mode. He killed his own son the day that he ascended, sent him down to, as I so eloquently put it, turbo hell, which is what my players called it. It's just like something that's stuck. Turbo hell is in reference to the vault. And the vault is where the Volinar, or betrayers of the Aranar, were sealed by the Allfather. And certain souls get sent there. Instead of going and being ferried off into the rest of the afterlife, you just end up in the worst place of all times. And wouldn't you know it, Phalith also got her soul shunted into Turbo Hell. She got hit with a power word kill by Khazrados, and she found Carter, who is his son, and basically with their together escaped Turbo Hell. They basically played it was like a solo session where I had her navigate the politics of this horrific place. She pitted titans against each other, these leviathan creatures that had been sealed away within the vault alongside these betrayer gods. She basically pitted them against each other. She made deals with them, and along the way, she found the Raven Queen, who had also been basically forced into the vault. She had been killed previously, and her soul was absconded with. Well, as she escaped, she brought back the soul of death, and basically fixed a lot of really bad things that were happening in the world. So this somber lady, as she's referred to as now, Saren, was reinstated as the goddess of death after being missing for a bit, which is why and how she ended up in Turbo Hell. What about the Village of Werewolves? The Village of Werewolves also was a thing. In fact, some of my favorite NPCs came from there. There are holdovers from Mauritania, names that I love using, that spawned from Canifis, which is the city of werewolves, or the town of werewolves. And this was way back in the day. This is back when my lore was crazy. It made no fucking sense. Everything was wild and unpredictable. Yeah, it was a lot of that. It was it wasn't me writing things down. It was just sort of shotgunning ideas at the players and seeing what would work.
Still fun. And I still love Khazrados.
I also love Khazrados. I think what I'm gonna do for Khazrados, honestly, is I think I'm gonna make Khazrados my settings Vecna.
Ooh.
Fill this out. Thinking like a row right here. I guess I can sort of leave. Oh, maybe I can make like 2. I don't like that. We'll see. Probably getting murdered in Phasmo if I'm hearing that right. Yeah, the game I want to run now is a far cry from how I usually run my games, and I think that's a good thing. It's sort of like allowing me to test if I'm fit for that style of DMing, which is like no real timers, so to speak, unless I've established that there's like a timer already. So just letting the players explore. Have you played the game Road Warden? No, I think Legion brought up Road Warden once. I haven't seen CTF, but is the Dracus of Rosewood known? Yes, he is. That is Lord Edmund Wraither. Lord Edmund Wraither is the Dracus of Rosewood. He was part of the High Lord's entourage. He knows Gerald and Aaron and Reynold and all of them. Would you do side stories or mini adventures alongside the main campaign in the future? What do you mean? Elaborate. I'm seeking additional content. What'd that mean? I think I'm going to have one more building here, and then this is all going to be trees, honestly. I like the party goes fishing instead of killing dragons. So I do have... So here, I'll pull up my foundry real quick. Hold on. So that way I can better show off what I have planned. If you watched the last session that happened, the last session is pretty much what I have in terms of plans for the party. And I'll show it off when I open up my foundry here to give a better explanation. That's right. They're fighting against the fucking birds. I forgot. So funny. Okay. Let me transition over. Take care, Varus. Thanks again for the subs, brother. I appreciate it. So, if you'll notice on the map, there are a bunch of these little markers. Like this one here, this one here, this one that they're currently on. I want to populate the map basically with a bunch of these. A little markers and stuff like that for the party to go explore during their downtime or adventure on their own to go find. And that's how I'm going to tell a lot of these little side stories. Like this one here. This is a help icon. This is somebody in this region right here needs help. And if the party goes over there, they can go help that person. This is a lair icon. There are a lair of beasties here that can be dealt with or potentially maybe even persuaded with. Who knows? And I want the party of their own volition to go explore these icons. Go see what's there. Go uncover the little stories that are written. Because I think, I haven't tried it yet, this is what this campaign's about, is doing little stories that all in turn equal one big story. So the way that I'm going to do it is once the party gets back to town, puzzle pieces to the current story, maybe, or maybe things that are completely unrelated. Because that's sort of how the world works too. Not everything is tied together, right? Sometimes you'll find little connections and sometimes you won't. The party already has a bunch of threads. It's up to the party right now to pursue those threads. There's a fair bit of groups and organizations already that would work well bringing off one-shot characters, like a group of slayers hunting a beast or a town militia to apprehend a group of bandits. I'm not sure what you mean, brother. And Skullturn, you can ask your question anytime, my man. Would it not be harder to grow with a single mega campaign over small seasonal content? I'm not sure what you mean. Can you elaborate a little bit? You gonna play that Stalker 2? If I can get my hands on it, yes. Yes, I will be playing Stalker 2. I've played enough Tarkov that I basically owe it to Stalker to play it. Oh, would that not be harder to grow a single mega campaign over? So yeah, that's the other thing. You are correct. In terms of the business model, episode ones of campaigns that are brand new generate the most hype and viewership, which in turn means generating more viewers, generating more followers, generating more subs, etc., etc. You are correct. The cheat code would be making very short campaigns, generally. You probably wouldn't want to go beyond 10 episodes. You get significant fall off after about 5 to 6 episodes. Having ran several campaigns on Twitch thus far, your first 5 to 6 episodes, perfect. Everybody's there, everybody's engaged, everybody's watching. Beyond that, that's when you sort of retain your viewers, like the actual people that are there to watch the game. They're interested in the characters, they're interested in the setting. That's great. But if you want to generate the most money, small, short campaigns work out fucking perfect. You get a nice cast, you get good art, you sell the premise really well, you wrap it up in 5 to 6 sessions, 10 at the most, boom. You're just fucking churning out money. However, I don't like that. Like, I know that's how that works, but I like my players. I like telling stories with my players. And at the end of the day, I really like my setting. Think of the merch? My God, I don't want to think of the merch. The issue with that, Legion, is that you would need to have built characters beforehand. D&D is not so intuitive just yet that you can make a character, like a brand new person can come join a game and make a character and play it within like an hour. There are so many things that a player has to learn, unless they're willing to just forego asking questions. However, I do think that's a good idea. I think asking my players, hey, make a level 8 Slayer. Make a level 5 fighter. Shit like that. And then pull the camera away, pan it to some other place in the world and be like, hey, you guys today, instead of doing the campaign, you guys are seeding the adventure for a different party. I appreciate that, Lore. I'm also down for seeing the corners of the world. I think my biggest thing right now is that I really like Tyros. I think the next place I'm going to do a campaign in is probably going to be Yatagara, honestly. Just because Yatagara also scratches that sort of itch for me in terms of like fantastical. Like, I feel bad for my players, right? Like, I've heard Sizzle lament so many times about being stuck in the Ettenmoor, but I think the Ettenmoor is great. Like, I love telling stories in the Ettenmoor just because there's so much there. Just have them ready player characters. I think that's the other thing. I want to see, like, I really like Tyros. Like, Tyros has always sort of been my baby. Like, if I were to ever write a book, it would probably just be in Tyros. Like, I always use the other sort of surrounding regions generally as like set pieces to accentuate or further flavor Tyros. Your Sword Coast? Yeah, I guess. I guess that is like, this is my Sword Coast, I guess is the way to look at that. I really like the politics of like the high houses and shit like that, the high lords, and each fanghold having its own set of laws or its own edicts, or how it perceives the laws set by House Amrin, which is the ruling house. I like how the continent has its own money. Did Momo have Bari ready for play? No, she didn't. We had to roll up her character and everything like that. I like to know more lore, honestly. So would I. I would also like to expand on lore and write up new stuff.
I would also like you to expand your lore and write up new stuff.
When I saw CTF's thumbnail with the banners, I nearly fainted. Lore overload. Yeah. Well, all the houses should be visible up on the Kanka. I need to re-up my sub on that. Actually, I'll probably re-up my sub tonight now that I got paid by Twitch.
Yay, Twitch money!
Yeah, I just love Tyros so much. Like, I know my players, like, I'm like, again, Sizzle lamenting the Ettenmore again. But God, I just love the Ettenmore. It's got everything. Like, the Ettenmore is as big as America is in terms of like mileage.
Probably just as diverse too.
Like, if you count out the miles in terms of width that the Ettenmore is, it's as big as America is. And I don't know if y'all know how fucking big America is. Fuck, America is huge, dog. We have House Aemrin, the line of kings. House Arden, the great builders. House Blackmane, the keepers of law. House Caladir, the lords of sunlight. House Crowvane, the dread watchers. House Donathian, the faithful bulwark. House Elevir, the dragon seers. House Halamir, the great riders. House Kessig, the dire wolves. House Lockram, the mountain lord. House Runar, the primeval smiths. House Ricewin, the giant's heir. House Voldur, the phoenixes of the west. House Voldaren, Blightsbane. And House Wyrmgard, the sea serpents. Why not have other peeps start writing stuff up, and then you'll just have to vet and comb through? What you mean? I don't think I'll ever be able to do a lore book. Seeing Brett fucking age 20 years doing books and stuff like that, that's some scary shit. Motherfuckers got like lawyers involved and stuff. Ain't it like 5 to 6 months on foot just to coast? I don't think it's... I'd have to pull up the actual, like... Let me see if I can pull up the actual hex map. Hold on.
The most royal character I played in your campaigns was the Facet member, correct?
No, it was literally the daughter of...
yeah,
the
true,
bastard
true.
daughter.
True. I don't count her. She was short-lived, very short-lived.
We'd also have to tweak her around a little bit, but yeah. Coast to coast. The Ettenmore. We'll grab.
You mean the thing I remember? One of the things I remember the most about that campaign was my Lamentations rolling stats, because I was with a bunch of JoJo characters compared to my stats.
Yeah. On foot. Well, I could tell you to get from Sunfall to Eliond was like 70 days on foot, which is 2 months of straight travel, no breaks. And that's not accounting for weather or anything like that either, or being waylaid and attacked along the roads and stuff like that. Legion, are you suggesting like people write up lore for me and then I go yay or nay? Is that what you're suggesting? I await the introduction to the mouse folk. Honestly, that's on me, Choco. I have to get much better about introducing my races. What I really want to do is wait, hold on, let me pull one up. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it for Aram's Ferry, honestly. I think Aram's Ferry is where I'm first gonna introduce the quest board. So I haven't like further flesh out the rest of the content or aspects of the people organizations. Like right now I'm writing stuff in the mini-year one shot, so maybe another person can write some other location. Ooh, okay, so my big thing right now is I'm not nearly as like far along as Brett is, right? Brett's been running his game for so long, his world for so long, that he can trust other people to follow his vision, right? I want to keep writing for my world until I feel like I'm that far along, because I do not feel like I'm that far along. I guess I want to get comfortable enough with my own setting first before I hand it off to another person to be able to write. You go ask Brett a question, and Brett will answer to the best of his ability, sort of explaining already what he knows about his world, right? I can't really do that all too much. There are some things that people ask me, and I go, that's a great fucking question. And they go, okay, but what's the answer? And I go, oh.
I don't know.
I want to be familiar enough with my own setting first before I want to have a foundation before I hand over the keys, right? Hold on. I'll show you what I want to do with Aram's Ferry as sort of like a twist to what we've been doing so far. So when the party gets to Aram's Ferry, usually the go-to is to just go around and ask everybody, hey, what do you need help with? And I think with Aram's Ferry, we're going to do the quest board. Let me find oh my god damn thingies. I forgot moved up because I rolled. I really need to organize my stuff because I haven't organized it in several months, so it's a mess again. Losing my shit. Where is it?
Where are they?
Hey, computer, give me this thing and I'll put it away for real this time. Promise. It always goes missing exactly when I need it. I'm sorry, chat. Give me one moment.
Okay.
Where is this fucking folder? every goddamn time. I finally move it like a dummy. Where I put it?
Perhaps.
Starting to feel that way.
If I told you I needed it.
Well, it was nice having you around for the time that I did. But you're gonna get put into the industrial grade blender.
But I was so hungry.
I know. You won't be hungry anymore. Take solace in that. I'm used to having my fingers crossed for the Hollowed Knight quest. I considered them running across the Hollowed Knight recently. I also considered them running across and fighting a fucking dragon recently as well. I've had a bunch of little ideas that I've wanted to sort of touch upon and expand. It probably won't happen like you're hoping it'll happen, Legion, where they meet them in the town and stuff like that. This is a river port town? Yeah, it's a ferry. This is Aram's ferry on the Aram River. What are these goddamn contracts? Jesus Christ. That's serious, game. Give me my goddamn contract. Fuck. I'm losing my mind. Here? Yeah, the way that I had planned on the party meeting a Hollowed Knight was out in the world. Basically, similar to this. Oh, where the at? Similar to this little marker on the map. This is how I planned on introducing a Hollowed Knight to the party. Like I still want to know if that ghost on Grayson's shoulder left due to turn undead or by Logan or left of its own. It has to do with what's his name mustache guy. He must have placed something on her, or he's a ghost along with the Winter Knight. My theory is that is also that the goblins were bought by the captain and are hunting the party due to it. Great questions. Like what happened with Sir Darren Lark? Yes. I want the party to come across a knight fighting monsters and then reveal to them that the knight is dead. More theories than questions. Do you really want the fucking answers to it, Legion? Do you really want to be spoiled? Or do you want to find out when the players find out?
Why do you want to give over the illusion of mystery, Legion?
Because I'll tell you. All your burning questions.
Wow.
It's not so much that it's viewer, streamer confidentiality or anything like that. You're just you're like spoiling yourself, basically.
You're going to the end of the episode. You're opening the end of the book.
I don't mind knowing the ending of stuff. Psycho. Still can't find these fucking contracts. I made them with my own 2 hands. Did move it. Where the fuck did I put you? This is what I want. This is what I want Aram's Ferry to have. I want them to roll up to a quest board, basically, a notice board, and find all of these little quests here. A gang of thieves is stealing livestock from the nearby Red Ridge Ranch. Seeking hired blades to locate their hideout, rescue the missing livestock, and stop the thieves. 40 silver pieces upon return of the livestock, 30 silver pieces for apprehension of the thief, 15 silver if brought in dead. Handler is Chief Barrett Ward. Yeah, all of this is made using Darkest Dungeon assets. In case you can't tell, lore, I just happen to like Darkest Dungeon. Just a fucking little smidge. Just a little smidge of my love for Darkest Dungeon.
Impossible.
Yeah, obviously we would change this contract around, right, to better fit. Yeah, this was made for Summerhall, Legion, which is where you would find Roland Redridge, who is the rancher up there at Summerhall. So right up here. Like this marker, like this quest and shit like that, is still something I'm going to use. I think when I eventually run the Raven Guard game, I'm going to be using all of the contracts that I made. Yeah, so once I like feel like we're ready, we're going to be making like other NPCs and stuff like that for Aram's Ferry, and then making new quests for the people of Aram's Ferry, little adventures for the Stormbreakers to go on. Oh, hold on.
I'm holding.
I do have a couple contracts for the Raven Guard game. That is stuff like this. Seeking capable hands who can assist in the removal of a pest problem within Summerhall. Needs of discreetness and tact, especially those who walk quietly. Reward. Discussed upon acceptance of contract. Open for negotiation and bonuses for job well done. Handler. I'll find you. So I was talking to I think it was Sizzle. And I think the way the Raven Guard game would actually work is if I did it in Carousel. Reason being is that Tyros has free companies. Free companies have some. It could work in both, right? But if you want the actual mercenary feel, like burning down a fucking orphanage for money and shit like that, you'd probably get that over in Carousel. It's not meant to tease you, brother. I'm just telling you what's up.
What do I want to play right now?
I think you could still get. So. The big thing with Tyros is that it really depends on the Fanghold. It really depends on the examples set by the High Lord in charge. That's the biggest thing. Why the revamp of Rosewood? Because I kind of don't like the layout of this one. People keep telling me it looks nice, and I don't disagree. Just doesn't fit my current needs. So I want to redo it. What's this new map for? This new map is for the county, the seat of the county, which is Rosewood. So that is, let me pull up a hex or a world map. So this region, split by the river, all the way up into Ettenheim, is the county of Rosewood. The seat of the county, where the Dracus resides, is in Rosewood itself. You have Nymore County, Morndeer County, Sunfall County, Dalhurst County, Nelenor County, Tor County, and Bedegar County. Plus, I also have to, I can't really show it in the old one. The train, where the train resides here. The reason that this place has been able to get as large as it is because of finding the train. Not Steam. Futuristic. And yeah, what you got, Legion? Like a hover train? I guess like a maglev train, like a magnetic train, basically. There's basically an ancient train system, and I use the word ancient more so to refer to its age and not so much its design, as it's basically more advanced than even our currently advanced trains in real world. That they basically broke through and found while they were renovating, and it opened up a world of possibilities for them. They're now connected to other places within Tyros because of the train. It is underground. It's basically an Archotech train. What if the Drax's home is just a cozy little house amongst the people of Rosewood, and the big castle-like structure is just their office? They hold court and listen to petitions and grievances. You'd have picked the wrong place for that, or the wrong Drakus. So this Drakus, so while he does live a very humble life, the castle is more so an office than his actual home. In terms of like where he lives, he basically lives in like the back of the structure. Like this is purely like for political courts, for like the High Lord, for all the magisters and like the bishops and everything like that. This is where he conducts all of his meetings. This is where his guests stay. And other offices that are held here. And then this is where his family resides. Like, he's similar to Gerald in so much as like he doesn't like having a big place. The only reason he has a place like this is because of the High Lord. If he had it his way, he wouldn't have a place like this. He would be living just like Gerald. Because Lord Edmund Raythor is a knight. He is when the town, or like when there are threats within the region of Rosewood, like around the city, it's him and his entourage that go out to meet them. He doesn't send like a little gaggle of knights or anything. He goes out himself to deal with the threats. Because he still views himself as a protector of men. So even though the High Lord may tell him, hey, you are a dragon marked noble, like you have people that will do that for you, he still goes out and he does it himself. They are autumn. They are autumn, Joe. My world, or at least Tyros, is currently going through an 8-year-long autumn. They are currently in their second year of this 8-year-long autumn.
All right, I'm gonna go back to an oldie game.
The reason it looks like that, Joe, is because I haven't blended other brushes with it yet. I've only used one brush. Eventually, it'll bear a similar resemblance to how I multi-layer brushes, like in the water. So right now it's one brush, but then if you zoom in on this area in particular, you'll notice I've used like 4 or 5 brushes. So that way it's not such a stark contrast to the rest of the building. And Han Solo vests. Like I can see their castle structure. Yeah, I wouldn't even really call this a castle. More like just a keep. But his family does live here. They just don't live in the main structure. And that's purely by his design. The High Lord wants him like in the seat, basically. But you know, sort of what happens when you pick a humble knight to be your leader. Or to represent you. How often would you see winter knights, a winter knight patrolling the roads alongside their road wardens? Depends on where you go. Sometimes winter knights are leaders, so they might not be patrolling. As the property taxes on that? Good question. I don't have an answer for you as I haven't broken down the tax structure yet of this place. Is this a town map? This is a city map that I am working. This is its old version. Oh yeah, that would happen already, Legion. If they didn't go there, they would go to the church. So this is a city, and then this would be like, this is a town. Two platinum pieces a day? Holy shit. Take care, Skullthrone. Good luck DMing, brother.
All right. Catch you later. I'll catch you later, Ground.
All right, homie.
Oh, okay.
Take care.
I want to go get a snack.
Nice.
I am actually thinking of a bowl of ice cream with caramel.
That's pretty based.
Mm-hmm. I'm also going to take an edible beforehand, so that's why I'm leaving chat.
Nice.
Very well.
Or I pick your brain for your idea of Skaven, boss man. Sure. don't really have much in terms of like prepared for them. The way I usually do creatures that I just sort of copy and paste from other settings is I'll just make them 1-for-1 with that creature until I can write up a culture for them, then differentiate them that way. Nice. This is looking like a cute little area. Speak of the devil.
Sizzle, the correct version would be Yori, not Yor.
Spelling error, spelling error, spelling error. Can't spell Lamau.
Minor spelling mistake. I win. Wow. Stooping to name calling, how uncouth.
That's how you know he lost.
Also, that's not me you just insulted. You also insulted the Legion, and Hale, and all of them.
What do you think of the name Scavenger? I mean, it's fine. Well, no, actually, no. Scavenger would imply that they are like Minier, Felinier, Leonier, all those things generally imply like order aligned or in service to order. Like basically what you'd expect to like live alongside. Like it's not like Morin Minier, right? Or like Morin Mir or anything like that. They're just called Morlings.
There, now that's targeted. Insult sizzle, but also fuck you. Also, look at this dude just typing the insults. Come say them to my face. Come kiss me about it.
you get home, it's fucking 7. Jesus. Can't rely on anybody for nothing no more. I expect a man to be home by 5. He says, oh, I'm just going to stay out till 7.
Tis a shame. You think you know, you think you trust a guy. Well, yes, he's not wrong, Legion. We all know that's not what he's doing. He's not taking so long because he's trying to be people. He's taking so long because he's driving home. He's taking the scenic route, I bet.
Bitch, what the fuck do you think you do every Sunday? Are you a fucking moron? What do you think every Sunday is? You got 2 of them in your fucking game. I'm beating you with a rock. Two rocks.
This dude. Look at this dude.
About kill?
Rock to kill?
Ratkill? The CH is silent. Why is it there then? You're going to have to get in here and say it yourself, because I can't. You're asking me to play a guessing game right now. I thought it was like radical. Like, I thought that's what they were going for. I was very confused.
Some radical rats, man.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, pronunciation.
Let's hear it.
Dracul.
What the fuck?
Rakil.
Rakil?
Dracul.
Okay. The more fucking phlegm you put on that, the harder it's gonna be for me to pronounce. I need to be able to pronounce it. Did he just fucking leave?
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're on your different account. God damn it.
Yeah.
Get on the B.
Well,
Get on the B.
I'm using the B account to watch the stream.
Huh?
It's on my phone, right? So my phone is watching the stream. That's why I hopped on with my iPad so I can talk.
I see.
Yeah.
Understood.
But yes, the Rakil. It's like it needs to be phlegmy.
It's not. Can you have like a similar feel without the mass of phlegm?
But the phlegm sells it. It's like you got a hakalugi, you know?
It's not bad. I just know I'm going to struggle with pronouncing it. Like a lot of the names that I have are very easy to pronounce names. Morlings, Einherjar, Ratmanir, stuff like that. Very easy to pronounce.
I think lore has it the easiest to pronounce. Just rack kill.
Rack
It's like when you rack, like you rack the shotgun.
Oh, rack kill. The rack kill. Ah. Can you give me something similar within the same vein?
I mean, I can try. It'll be really dumb if it's just rat kill.
I don't want it to be rat kill. As funny as it would be.
That depends. Are your Skaven gonna be like silly? Are they gonna be like, yes, kill for the master? Or are they gonna be menacing?
I mean, you can have both.
I mean, that's true.
Look at my goblins.
Yeah.
I think Thrall's an outlier.
Yeah.
I don't think Thrall can be menacing. When you hit us with the habada, I can't really take that like menacingly now. He was like primed to turn Lendavi at the first habada that he said.
Lendavi coated goblin.
How they say their words will determine if they will be adopted or not.
It was either I was going to use him, or I was going to use, what was his name? Hold on. I was either going to use Froll, or I was going to use the, oh God, I can't remember his name. What's his name? There was the Morling that they met in Tales of Sunfall that could speak. common. That's why I was gonna have them meet. Was gonna meet a Morling. It was basically a roll of the dice. Shadowbeak. It was a roll of the dice of who the party was going to meet, mostly because I wanted to introduce, again, like I've been doing, that those sort of like outlier creatures. The party thinks Morling, and then you introduce the subversion to sort of show that the world is changing, right? Morlings that can speak common and stuff like that. But I think Rylan is still a little too trigger happy. So I think a goblin was the easier bet for not getting killed outright.
I guess you gotta ease them in.
Correct.
Actually, now that you mention it, were there Landavi goblins in Rylan and Logan's, war, like they served with during the I forgot the name of their
The
war.
Bloodfin campaign. Yeah, probably. I mean, Lendavi are in the world, so their numbers just aren't as numerous as they used to be, right? In terms of like population wise, humans possess the largest population on Tyros.
Understood. How about people like Glensworn? How often will you see one of them?
Oh, that's meant to be a rare occurrence.
Like how rare? Is it like one?
I can't give you a
Oh,
number, brother, because I don't know. But when I say rare, it's like actually I want to call it rare for like the average person, but the party's probably going to meet a lot of those guys.
Okay, understood.
Because they're adventurers, right?
You're goddamn right we are.
Oh, look who it is.
Sup? Oh yeah, Cuck.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, rat.
Who have you been
I
watching?
joined mobile.
Who have you been watching recently that's been using the word cuck?
No one.
No one? You just
I
decided
don't
to
think
add it
anyone
to your...
uses that. Add it. Dude, it's been around for a while.
No, not in your fucking vocabulary. That's brand new to you.
Oh, yeah.
Who you been watching that's been
Sometimes you
using
gotta
flinging the
spice
word
it up.
cuck?
Literally no one.
I know you've been watching
Yeah.
sub fucking streamer. Has Judy been calling people cucks?
No. I don't usually watch Judy, honestly.
Yes, you do.
Junie. No, I usually just read her titles and go, what the fuck? And then I go watch Boom. Who's also deranged. Sorry, Junie.
Maybe Sizzle's just trying out the word.
That's right. Sorry, guys, you got me. It was the 24-hour Puck ASMR porn.
They changed your little icon.
It's his playlist when he's at the gym. He just
You
keeps
got me.
hearing.
Yeah, that's what I listen to while I'm on the treadmill. Some other dude fucking women.
Jesus.
I don't think that makes you a cuck.
I mean,
Close
he's in the cuck chair at this moment.
I think that only works if you're the one getting cucked.
I guess you're right.
I don't think you can call it like... We're getting into the philosophy of this now.
Yeah, we are.
Good. I'm glad we could spark this intellectual
I
conversation.
think Ruffian
A
is
voyeur.
correct.
That's what it. You're a
My
voyeur, is
off
what
the
you
cuff.
are.
Oh, you're right. My
You're a
bad.
pervert.
Well, yeah, but we're all perverts here.
No,
Like, come on.
Christian ears bleed.
Yeah, okay, bud.
We did
You're on
recently have to bump up the fucking Discord rules.
Hardly.
So if you're joining the Discord, be aware you do have to be 18 plus to join the Discord now.
You should definitely ask your parents what cuck means.
Oh God. Now,
Herm,
I was about to ask more.
what were you about to ask?
But I should stop.
Speak your mind.
The cuckold deer, of course. That's the name you're looking for.
I am not fucking calling them cold deer.
What the fuck?
I'll throw you in a pit before that ever happens.
Man. I assure you no one's ever used it before.
We'll throw you in the cuck pit.
Indeed.
If you
The
like,
Lord of...
are you still a cuck? If you also like the other, like the guy.
You're getting
the guy
really into what was a 3-second joke. You should
Yeah, I
really
know.
stop before we start making
Okay.
fun of you for yet another fetish. Anyway, BRB.
Oh, what the heck?
That was Sizzle's grand plan to plant another fetish on Legion. That's all this was all about.
You guys are mean.
Keep cooking up names. I'm listening.
But going back to the Skaven,
Mm-hmm.
since goblins are, goblins, and Rendavi goblins are the Hapata. What are the
Habaka. You
what
also
are
like only evil ones to go habaka.
what the Skaven do? Are they just skittering? Like, what's the vibe? Are they like
But are
goblins?
we adding Skaven on ironically?
Well, they've been a
Yeah.
thing to add for a while, so.
Oh.
Yes.
It's
Because we
that.
have mouse folk and rats already, so it only makes sense.
Ratkin.
I
don't
guess
make sense.
I guess using the goblin as a base, are they more chaotic or are they less chaotic than goblins? Like Rendavi goblins.
So Rendavi goblins possess they're all the same. So that's the biggest thing with chaos in my setting. Chaos lives by the virtue of might makes right. So they are always led by the strongest or the most clever. Those are the ones that lead chaotic
Clever
groups. So for example, as saw with the most recent ambush in SOT, the party felled the ogre and the spine cleaver, and the rest of the goblins ran. They're all about might makes right. Just like Morlings, if you defeat a Slaughter Lord in one-on-one combat, guess what? You've just got yourself a brand new fist of Morlings to serve you for a time, until they eventually start getting bold enough to start trying to prod and push you and challenge you. Because that's the thing with chaos.
But that's where you got to start slicing the pie, and that's where you start making different factions. Is what kind of might are we talking about?
Yeah,
There's
because
different kinds of strength. Because like Skaven, if we're doing Skaven, it's all about. It's not necessarily might; it's fear.
Well, that's what I mean. Like might comes in many different ways. That's why I said cleverness as well.
I come in many different ways.
For example, the Black Tongues. The Black Tongues are led by Queen Lox. Queen Lox is not a fighter. She's a spellcaster.
She's a lover.
That's right.
She knows how to keep them in their place. I've seen the Inkly art. They choose that woman.
But that's actually a good basis. So when the Rendavi gobos, right? When
The Gobbies.
The gobbies, when the spine cleaver got killed, they were like, "Oh, I have to book it," because they don't like to fight, stronger opponents. But what if say Skaven like leader dies? Is it like, oh, we route, we run away, or is it like, oh fuck, open position, kill the guy that killed the boss and become the new boss?
I think
Like,
there could be clans that do that. I don't think all of them do that though. That's the big thing. Like, there are goblin tribes and clans that if you kill their strongest, they go, guess who's in charge now, motherfucker? And then they gain leadership abilities because their leader died.
Epic.
So you killed, like, let's say that there's a gaggle of goblins. Let's say you kill the leader there. Well, the next strongest specialty unit becomes the leader for that group now. So they gain the leadership abilities that that previous goblin had.
Mm.
You basically make your own enemy, like a Build-A-Bear fucking character, when fighting certain goblin clans and shit like that. Morlings are the same way. We've discussed Morling clans or Morling herds that do the same thing, where you kill their leader and a new one steps up in the moment and is like, me!
Oh yeah. Like that. I guess in that sense, how would I guess there's just as a baseline, how would Skaven react if their boss just died? Is it like, again? I know it's different for different, different Skaven will have different reactions, but as a baseline, what would usually be their are they gonna be, oh fuck, our boss is gone, or is it like, oh shit, yes, the boss is gone? Like,
They
what's
might.
the usual?
I don't know. They could all flee. They could serve whoever killed them for a time. So they might surrender to serve whoever killed the leader. It really depends on how you want to play up the might. Like, might makes right for them. That's the biggest thing you need to remember when writing chaos in Adis is might makes right, and how that affects the various evil factions or chaotic factions of the world.
But okay, that makes sense. How about the yes, we are more than one. We are stronger than one person. What if it's like, yes, as a group we are mighty. Why should we follow one leader? Like, we go where the flow takes us. That sort of, is that like a thing that they would do?
You could do that, sure. You can have it be, if they have number superiority, they'll stay in a fight. I have creatures that are like that. If they have number superiority, they'll stay in a fight. And the only time that they begin to channel the idea of running is if they lose that numerical advantage, or they lose a large number of them very quickly. So, like, if in the first round of combat there's 12 goblins and 6 goblins die in the first round of combat, those 6 other goblins are going to fucking run. But if that number loss is spread out across multiple rounds, they're going to stay there until they are equal or just less than the amount of players that they're fighting. And then they rout. But there's a number of ways you can run it. What you should do is focus on a clan or a tribe or however you want to break up your group, and then work on what they're like. Because not all Morlings are the same. Not all Rendavi are the same.
That's true. Understood.
So I think we should work on a whole as what Skaven are like, or like what Skaven's society and all that shit is like, what they're like, personality, so on. And then we can break it down into like a faction of the Skaven. And then we can figure out, hey, are these guys cowards? Do they love like numerical advantages? Are they all about that? Do they prefer to fight in larger groups? Do they run when they lose most of their group? Do they run when they lose their leader? Do they perhaps, like, they don't give a shit about their leader, but if they lose like a support creature, which is usually like a shaman or a spellcaster of some sort, that's when they flee?
Okay, understood.
Because aren't Skaven like spellcasters like really fucking scary?
The Gracies.
Graciers.
Yeah, aren't they like really fucking nasty?
Very much so.
I could
Yeah, they're not.
easily see Skaven not giving a shit about like a big brutish guy, but the moment they lose a seer is when they go, "We gotta fucking go."
That or power grab.
What at?
Grabbing the power, feeling the vacuum immediately.
Oh yeah, that. You could have it be both of those. Where like they're like either I become the new seer, me, I'm in charge, or they go, "Holy shit, we lost our spellcaster. We need to get the fuck out of here."
Do you think, at least for Atis Skaven, at least the idea, right? Do you think if again, it's like for power grabs, right? If the boss is dead, if the boss is like unlike death's door, it's like one blip of health left.
Would they kill their boss?
Yeah, would they kill their boss and be like, I am boss. I shall take the reins.
I mean, I could see Rendavi doing that. I could see Morlings doing that. So, yeah.
Understood.
I think you're looking for something to differentiate them, and that namely comes down to their culture. Chaos generally fights the same way across the board. Now, you can have it where it's more reliant on one type of fighting than others. You can have it be like, hey, they're more cowardly, they're more, strong-willed, whatever.
Oh, sorry. I just.
Go on. You had a brain blast. Let's hear it.
So I remember Hale bringing up the patient stomach feature, right? Like they don't have to eat as much, like they can like bear the brunt. What if it's like an inverse, like they're really hungry, so that's like what drives them. If they can eat, if the thing that they're about to do nets them like food or like something to devour, they'll go charge ahead in, like regardless if they die or not. Like at the end they also charge in with their ranks and they just like cannibalize their like
Hear me out.
Interesting. Oh, you know what? That'd be perfect, actually. So what I would do if I were to make one of them right now. So the big here, let me swap over to Foundry real quick. So what I would do is I would take what the Morlings have and I would twist it. So all Morlings have an ability called Bloodied Bite, which is whenever they're fighting a creature who is at bloodied or below half hit points, they get a free bite attack against that creature. So they suddenly gain multi-attack when a creature is bloodied. That's a huge thing for Morlings. I could easily see a Skaven having a similar ability where if there are bodies on the ground or a creature that's basically on death's door, they get to eat that creature and gain buffs and stuff like that. I would give them basically magical healing for that. I would give them the ability to like coup de grace or eat dead bodies, and they gain like 10 hit points back. They get rid of all status effects, and they gain like advantage on their next attack roll type shit.
Mr. Bossman, I have a quirky idea. One that I'm stealing from a video game I love called Guild Wars.
Go on.
So in Guild Wars, there are rat folk. They're a minor race, not a playable one. But their quirk is that the more of them there are, the more intelligent they become.
Oh.
So one rat is basically an idiot. It's like a little more than like an animal. But as they collect in correct. But as they collect in groups, they basically become. It's kind of like the opposite of people, where like people in a group become dumber.
True.
They get smarter.
That could work.
Like,
yeah, it's like with the orcs, right? The more there are, the power, like the stronger their psychic might become.
That'd be very interesting for a chaos group. Basically, is like you could give them a passive where if they're on a like, you don't make it feet oriented, but more like the number of Skaven that they can see within line of sight, or like they can see, basically allows them to do other shit.
I think it'd be cool because in a large group they would be doing tactics, but as you kill more and more of them, they basically become more feral.
I like that.
Then they start. So like when they hit a certain point of like numbers lost, they start eating corpses. They start doing all that weird shit.
Oh.
Where in like larger numbers, so you basically have like formations turning into mobs.
I could easily see that.
Yeah, they start having to roll whiz checks to maintain
Yeah.
formation, than to just like gobble down like the dead rat that's right in front of them.
Yeah, I could see like 20 rats on a map, and they are vibing. They're you hear them screaming out tactics and shit like that. There's one in the back leading, and then they lose like 10 guys, and now they're down to 10. And now you stop hearing the tactics as much. Maybe it comes out every now and then, but now it's more like just sort of screaming that's happening, more feral yelling. You watch as a couple of them break off and start eating the corpses on the ground that are there. And then you get down to 5, and now there's no communication anymore. Now it's just screaming. They're biting you. They're sort of foregoing weapon attacks and just like raking you with claws and biting you and scratching you.
The lesser ones, they start attacking each other or fleeing, depending.
That's good.
I do like that. I do like
you
that.
have like a taskmaster. You could have a unit whose whole point specialization is that they basically keep the lower tier from going feral.
What if
like a taskmaster?
What if a clown appears though?
All right.
Huh?
Like a clown, you know what I mean?
No.
Yeah, clown shows up.
What the fuck are you saying?
I'm just saying, like, whatever scenario you're presenting, what if a clown shows up?
I mean, you're here.
Oh, we're gonna be like that. Oh, no, that's cool, man. No, that's all right. That's all right. Yeah, it's cool.
You opened yourself up to that,
I
brother.
opened myself up to that. Fuck you. What are you talking about?
You opened yourself up to
I
that.
did not open myself up to being called a clown. Thank you.
You
very
came
much.
on here and you said clown, and you just waited
Just because
for
I
the
said
rebuttal.
one word and then I
What do
pointed
you
at myself and I went,
How could I
clown,
not take that?
and then I smiled
It's
and then
not my
I
fault.
pointed at myself. Absolutely, it's your fault.
Yeah, basically.
How dare you?
We're talking about a particular group of enemies in my setting.
I see.
But I think that could work. I think that'd be a pretty sick little twist on like regular chaos.
I think
The ones in
I think it can also work with the Graziers, right? Like maybe that's a reason why they keep gathering. They're trying to bring as many rats to their fold. Like that's their main thing. It's bring more so that they get smarter and he gets like stronger. That way he can like use that intel that's developing when there's more of them together to his advantage.
I agree. I think
Yeah.
the powerful rats, your clan lords and your gray seers, are the ones that can keep themselves more composed than like your baser Skaven.
Oh yeah, like
Or your
it's the
baser
same
not
thing with
Skaven.
Slaughter Lords.
Correct.
There's basically, once you reach a certain level in Adis, you can sort of operate on your own without succumbing to your baser instincts.
Correct. However, I agree with Legion, where they are. It's a double-edged sword where they want to keep a bunch of people around because it empowers them, makes them, sort of stabilizes them. However, it also invites a lot of like adversaries. So
That's fair.
Yeah, a lot of backstabbing. Like people who want to take their place. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you need a
'cause-
horde, but you also have to watch out for the horde that it doesn't eat you.
That's a big thing with Morlings as well, is that herds are always subject to an upstart basically trying to take over. All Morling tribes and herds have to deal with that, is some Morling getting it in their head, like them killing a knight and being like, I can lead. Because they killed one guy. And the Slaughter Lord, who's killed hundreds, is just sort of sitting there scratching their back going, oh, I hate kids.
You showed such promise. Now you have to die.
Now I have to eat you.
I think if it's also like a Skaven, like what do you call this? A Skaven like leader type unit. They have this maybe a sort of what do you call this? An aura, like an aura that's preventing like those who are like really close to them from succumbing to their like feral nature, like going. Like again, if there's like 20 of them and they get whittled down to 10, they'll be more likely, oh, time to eat the dead. But those around that special leader unit are like, oh fuck, the boss is watching us. We gotta maintain composure. We can't just, you know, eat the dead in front of us.
Yeah. I mean, my slaughter lords operate the same way. Slaughter lords have auras and stuff that they project that like makes it so like other morlings or allies that are within 30 feet of them or 60 feet, depending on the slaughter lord, like are immune to fear and frightened conditions and stuff like that, just because the bigger threat to them is stood like right beside them.
Yeah. So I guess it's like they don't have to roll wisdom checks to see if they're gonna have to eat the body in front of them or if they're gonna maintain formation.
Yeah. I like this little area that I've made. What do you guys think, chat?
Yeah.
All right. Just saying hi, but I will now say bye. Have a good
Oh.
one, guys.
Enjoy your
Goodbye.
dinner.
Oh, bye.
I don't think you got like being called a clown.
Why is there a little alley?
Little alley? What?
Yeah, like the little area there that you've made. What? Why is it tucked in a little corner?
Just houses.
Oh wait, is okay. I was thinking, is that like the space to the right? Is that gonna be more houses, or is it like that's the outside of the walls now?
This is more houses. This is probably going to be. I haven't really decided what this is going to be. Probably going to be a lot of like guild buildings are going to be here.
In that little corner there, or is it like the
This
big
square
space?
one.
Oh,
I think guilds will go here.
I'm not gonna lie. The first thing that came to mind, that little small corner, it does remind me of like slums, like tucked in a corner.
No.
Yeah, I know. But if
Mostly
it's like
because Rosewood's too rich basically to have slums.
I don't know about that. I've been to rich cities here where I'm from, and let me tell you,
Not what I
merit-
mean. Not what I mean.
Uh,
What I'm
okay,
saying is that there's enough income here that there aren't people without jobs.
I'm also going to split, but I will be back.
Very well.
Go.
Oh.
I'll be right back. I gotta piss. I'll answer that question, Laura, when I come back. So be right back.
Oh, welcome back, Brad.
I got a couple of minutes.
Well, unfortunately, he's on break. He's
That's
AFK.
fine. That's fine.
Back. I also went to go get water.
Welcome back.
This is an acceptable excuse.
Hello.
Yeah, came back. I got a few more minutes.
Very good. What are you making?
Oh, what am I making? Nothing. I came back from a steakhouse.
Oh. All right. Well, where are the pictures?
Excuse me?
Yeah. See, you joined this Discord. There's a channel. If you go turn your attention, you have to put on your glasses. I know you're old. Called Food Tax. The word tax in there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Continue.
Pictures. Where they at?
All right. Yeah, it's cool, man. So here's what I'm gonna do. You and I are gonna meet one day, obviously. Somehow it's gonna happen. I'm gonna make sure we meet where there is a set of stairs, and then I'm gonna be like, "What's down there?" And you're gonna go, "Huh?" And then I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna push you down those stairs, and I'll be like, "Yeah, jackass, come back up those stairs. Walk on up."
The fucking Peter Griffin pose at the bottom of the stairs. Come on, pussy, get up here already. I'm just laid out.
Get the fuck up here.
I'm not
I'll
moving.
let you take the first swing. Come on, man, let's go.
My cane fucking impaled through my chest.
I do have some pictures from a steakhouse I went to prior when I was on vacation. I'd be more than happy to show that off.
I'll take it.
Yeah. I don't like.
You tell me you don't like taking pictures of your food.
No. At a restaurant, it makes me look. Anyone who does that, oh my god, gonna post this on the gram. I'm like, you look like a fucking tool. Just taking pictures.
If you explain to the obnoxious, more than likely French presenting waiter that's there that it's because you owe it to your friend, they'll understand.
Oh yeah, especially my friend who is a vet fought.
That's right.
For this country.
They say, "Excuse me, Monsieur, please no come on at your table,
I-
and then you go, no, this was for the man that killed Osama bin Laden. And he goes, what the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, what? I don't think you were supposed to tell me that. Pretty sure that's a confidential.
He snaps his fingers, and you get taken out of the building.
What? No, it wasn't you. I was getting around.
Yeah, you get fucking black bagged by some like military police.
What a poor joke. Oh my god. I went to a place that had something called lobster escargot. I was like, yeah, I'll take that.
Damn.
I mean, it's just lobster, but in like the little butter orb or whatever the fuck it's called.
Isn't escargot snail?
It is, but they made sure to state that the escargot was in quotes.
Ah.
So on the menu it was like lobster and then quote escargot. Lobster escargot. It was good. It was a good time.
Nice.
I agree. Taking pictures of food in public is cringe. Yeah. You're like, oh my god, I can't wait to eat this. But first of all, pulls out phone, opens backpack with small table lighting, gets a little ring light.
A fucking ring light. All right, if you're doing some cunty shit like that, then yeah. If I watch you pull out a ring light at your table, I'm gonna stand up from mine and beat the shit out of you.
Look, all I'm saying is, if the only difference between, being okay and being cunty is me pulling out an accessory, then we're kind of on the border, man. That's all I'm trying to say. I want to go, thank you very much, and then immediately cut in and go, and then start eating it. But if I go, oh, thank you so much. Okay, let me go and make sure I get the lighting just right. And I drag the candle over so that it's got a nice little glow on the north side of the stage. Yeah, it's a problem, man. It's a problem.
I walk up to the table. Excuse me, sir.
Here's the axe right off. Here's the axe right off. My mouth filling with blood. You understand? This is what I do for a living. What? Live life? Fuck you. Brett, what are your top 3 non-D&D systems? Ooh. Oh man, I can't answer that question because I don't know what that would be, and I feel like Pathfinder's a cop-out because that Pathfinder is
basically
D&D.
Dungeons and Dragons. It's fucking basic. They can change the 3 action system.
I'm sorry.
It's literally just Dungeons and Dragons.
Pathfinder literally came to be because Paizo went, oh yeah, fuck you, and made Pathfinder, which was pretty much 3.75 at that point in time. I'm a big fan of D6 systems with the success and failures. I know I've personally made a D6 system before. Yeah, D6, D10 systems, but other than that, I unfortunately am very ill-informed when it comes to other system set.
I can't say if I like Pathfinder or not because I haven't played it. I can tell you I like Mothership.
I mean, so Pathfinder 2e is pretty good from what I read. It's just a lot. It's a little more complicated. It's definitely got that spirit of previous D&D where you had to be like, all right, how do we do this again? And then you got to pull out the book and figure out what the fuck's going on.
I do like it crunchy though.
So I think you'd really enjoy Pathfinder 2. When you're like, yeah, man, we do also have a proficiency system, but the proficiency system is based off of a ranking system. And depending on what rank you have is what bonus you get. So if you're like an apprentice or whatever the early rank is, you get a +2. But if you're a legendary master motherfucker, then it's a +8. And you're like, what? And it's 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah.
I believe that's the way it is. Yeah. Yeah. So Pathfinder 2's got a lot of crunch because its history originates from crunch. So if you like crunch, that's great. Find 5 other individuals who are down to crunch.
Sure.
They just made another level named Mythic. I believe that. I believe that. I believe there would be a +10. You know. Yeah, I mean, and again, for me personally, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with Pathfinder, but I never tell a Pathfinder fan that there's crunch when it comes to D&D. They're like, it's really easy. And you're like, but it's easy for you. But I'm having a hard time teaching people 5e, and 5e is like the simplest D20 system I've ever existed, you know? So by saying in passing, you know, like, yeah, Pathfinder's got a little bit of crunch to it. It is going to be a little trickier. It's got a higher bar of entry. People go because they don't like hearing that, and I'm like, hey man, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I play 5e. I came from 3e. I played Pathfinder 1e, and I'm telling you, it's got some fucking crunch. Oh my god, some people get so mad when you tell them that because they don't like me being like, oh yeah, the system's all right, but at the same time, like, you know, it's a little crunchy, you know, it's definitely got a little bit of a learning curve to it. You know, it doesn't, you know, and I have had people tweet out to me before. They're like, this motherfucker wants to ride Watsy's cock. And I'm like, excuse me? Huh? Because I play 5e, just because 5e is the game that I play. And I'm like, no, it's not. And I'm really sorry that, you know, you want your game to be the popular one. And I know you hate it when I say that 5e is the most popular TTRPG system out there. Correct. I know that upsets you, but it's just a fact. I'm not coming at it as like, I love 5e. That's why I agree. I'm just saying from a statistic standpoint, 5e is the best. It is the most. Now, I'm not saying it's the best. It is the most popular system, and that is because it has an easy access. It's very easy to pick up 5e when it comes to other TTRPGs, and that includes Pathfinder. Pathfinder, I love the options. I love the crunch. It reminds me of a more complex time with TTRPGs. But I'm saying is when you've got Pathfinder 2e, and then you've got D&D, which is an easier accessible system, which still feels like you're doing some shit. Hey man, I don't know what you want from me, you know? Like, I'm just presenting facts to you. And I know for some people that's just too upsetting, but like, I don't know what to tell you, man. So I think the new influx of new players is going to settle. I hope so. I really do, because like there was one time where I was doing YouTube streams where I was learning Pathfinder 2e, and I couldn't do it anymore because people were just trying to be like, we're trying to actually me when I said things like, I don't, because I was there from a 5e standpoint. And I'm like, this is good. Like, I like it, but I think I would have a hard time teaching my players that. People were like, it's actually really easy once you get into it. I'm like, you don't understand. You don't understand. Like, if you're anytime someone tells me something like, oh yeah, there's some growing pains, but once you get past it, it's really good, then you've already lost. If it's the same when people tell me to read a book, and it gets really good at page 80. I'm like, I'm not going to go through 79. I'm not going to go through a 79 page slog. I'm sorry, to get to the good actually stuff. So that's whatever. That's me. I'm also a fucking grump, so I don't want to. And it is. Sometimes people take that as like an insult, right? Like I'm insulting them. I'm like, I'm not insulting your system. I think it's a good system. You know, I'm just saying I know my players, and my players aren't going to want to learn Pathfinder 2e. I know. If you are telling me right now that if I said, hey, Into the Shadows Breach crew, we're going to learn a brand new system. It's called Pathfinder 2e. We're getting into it right now. Crowned would be like, hell yeah, let's go. Lobos be like, all right. Naomi would be like, okay. I mean, we'll try. Bloody be like, what?
Yep.
And then Momo would be like, hell no. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell
Correct.
you.
Those are all very correct.
I know my players. And any good DM should know their players when you look at a system and go, yeah, man, I know people who would be down but not excited. And the only person, especially in the Shadows Breach crew, that would be fucking pumped would be Crowned. That's it. And Crowned is a psycho when it comes to, because it's not the same way, or it's like, give me the crutch, yeah, man, I don't mind if every 10 minutes I gotta pull up a book and look up into it and be like, hey, what's going on, but I know my players and I know where they thrive, and it's not in Pathfinder. I'm sorry. But that's also, being an online entertainer, you're just constantly like,
oh, I did talk to, I can't remember. I could have swore that I talked to her recently. I think Momo was willing to try Pathfinder because I had brought it up as something that I wanted to try personally. Just because I was very fascinated by the 3-action system. That's basically that has been the biggest draw to Pathfinder for me, has been the 3-action system. So that's something where I've been like,
Well, also, and chat, correct me on this, I feel like Pathfinder recently went through a pretty big update, right?
Yeah, didn't they just do like a big overhaul to all their stuff? Or was I thinking of 5e that did that?
No.
Pathfinder did.
Pathfinder did specifically because of the OGL nonsense.
That's right.
And they were like, we need to leave D&D forever. Like, we need to leave that behind. So
yeah, they changed their elves and like their orcs and everything like that to be specific to them and stuff now.
Oh yeah. And that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. I do have to go. So,
all right, homie.
Enjoy your stream. Good luck with your map making. It all looks great.
Thank you.
Talented individual over here. Someone drop a sub so that he can pay for his looks at sub goal. Foundry VTT server and rent. Come on, man. Come on, guys. I rattled the cup.
I mean, to be fair, the chat has done that already. But
I didn't see it, and I like it when I see it. Hey, thanks, BF2E Lord.
Oh, you guys already paid for my rent this month.
And with those 20 gifted subs, I'm out. Finger guns. See you later.
Thank you very much, Brett. Bye-bye. Lore, thank you very much, brother. That is insanely generous of you. My God. 20 gifted subs is insane for Grandpa. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that. It was very kind of you. You guys already helped me pay for my subs or my rent and everything like that. So I owe you a lot. Thank you very much. Well, I think I'm gonna have it equal like so. So I think it's gonna go like. I think we're gonna have another little. Like so. Road comes down like this. Road comes down like this. Up like this. This. Push this one. Nice. Okay. I can work with that. Oh God. Give Tater. Welcome, first time chatter. Mudkip. My God, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs, brother. That's incredibly kind of you. Level 5 chin again. Jesus, you guys are insane. I appreciate all of your generosity. Thank you guys so much. Oh, speaking of generosity, in terms of Patreon for my patrons, I'm going to be putting out a poll this month, basically asking what you guys would like to see. I have some maps left over, basically, that I can put out. I haven't really made anything this month in terms of being able to put out maps for you guys. So I'm going to ask what you guys would like to see. Maybe something I could very quickly crank out or something like that. As well, for my higher tier patrons and stuff like that, I'm going to be asking you guys what you guys would like to see from me. In terms of like monsters, magic items that I've made, stuff like that.
I want to see you in the ground.
Oh, okay. I really like these angular buildings that I made, so I'm peeking at them real quick.
A little peeksy.
Oh, boss man. By the way,
What's up?
so Skaven. Sorry, I've been like having it simmer in my mind.
Okay.
So what if the Skaven aren't necessarily ruled by fear? They're mostly they're like being directed. They're they like the leaders usually play into their hunger, right? And they're trying to basically convince them that following them would net them food, would get them to eat essentially. And
I figured that's how they operated anyway.
yeah, but the thing is, they're not scared of their leaders. What just happens if the leader in question doesn't, keep their end of the bargain of like, I'm gonna lead you to a location filled with food. They wind up like eating the leader, like they cannibalize them, and then they break off into like that's how you get different hordes of Skaven. It's because the original leader that gathered them together wasn't able to keep their end of the bargain of like, if you follow me, I'll bring you food. So it's like they're mostly by like leaders are mostly held are like kept in power by the whims of their of their of their underlings. Because if not, if even if the leader can kill a lot of them, at the end of the day, that's just free food for them, and they'll still wind up eating the leader at the end because they can't hold off an entire horde by themselves.
Okay. There needs to be some level of fear. Just because of the sort of ethos of chaos being might makes right. There needs to be some level of fear there.
Okay, the fear of getting eaten by their fellow rats if the leader dies.
Hey, I guess the fear is mostly like, again, the head honcho can kill like maybe swaths of underling Skaven like at a single strike or at a single cast of a spell. And I guess the fear is like them getting turned into food for other Skaven. So it's like a balancing act wherein do they think that this campaign that they're that they're going through under this leader is worth it to like kill off more of their stuff, or they wind up like, oh fuck, we're literally just killing off the herd. Might as well eat the leader and like break off and make our own like ventures elsewhere.
Hmm.
Then I don't know, there could also be like more feral, like that's like how you get like rat ogres, right? It's basically like it's groups of like it's like groups of Skaven, like herds of Skaven that there was no leader that rose up to basically like send them elsewhere. So basically they just wind up cannibalizing each other. And it's the rat ogres are the ones that that remain, that manage to eat the other rats. And so now they're like the biggest rat, but they're like very feral at that point. It's kind of like you just have to tame a rat ogre and like direct it. It's like the morling thing, right? The big creature that they have to
The
like
Margul?
slaughter. Yeah, the Margul. like some sort of a variation to a Margu, wherein the rat ogres are basically like the Skaven that survived like a herd of Skaven that just devoured itself, and it's like there's like key spots, like maybe five from 100 or like a thousand, like something around those lines.
Hmm. Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. It was just like you know rumbling around the brain.
Not bad. Uh,
Like at the end of the day, it's mostly again the cunning, the cleverness. It's the manipulation to get Overskaven to believe that that they're that that they will be led to greener pastures.
I think we should put a lot of emphasis on them being very food motivated. I think that should be a very big thing for the Skaven.
Yeah. Like they look like starved, and their leaders whom like if you're a Skaven leader, probably dining on your fellow Skaven as well. That's what gets you like all strong. It's because you're fed constantly, and you're basically eating on fellow Skaven if there's no campaign going on. And that's why when Skaven are like they haven't gone through the campaign and they see their leader like all fattened up, they're like, oh, that's dinner right there, because there's a lot of flesh on that on that leader. Essentially. Yeah, actually, Hale. Yeah, I think they're more likely to attack like agricultural areas.
Would make
Like they
sense.
probably, yeah, they're the bane of like of farmlands. I guess that's also like how you can effectively maybe work with Skaven if it's like individuals, right? You bribe them with food with like the idea that hey, uh, you can get the food, but you gotta sell out your guys.
Hmm. I can see that.
And I think Skaven would take up because again, there's no loyalty there. They're all driven by this like gnawing hunger in them.
You want all of them to be trader types? Like basically all of them can be bought out?
What do you think, Mister Zebus? Because that's how in, in you know in in Warhammer in AOS
Okay, do we
they can
want them to
operate.
be one for one with Warhammer though?
No, I meant in they can be bought out
Hmm.
essentially. Like they're backstabbing. You're all backstabbing.
Every Skaven's out for themselves, and they think they're the best one to lead.
But this one, they're just like led by their stomachs. So if again, if they're provided food or if they can be bought out with food, if that's something that's offered to them, they might just listen. Like you'd probably have to roll a very high charisma check, or yeah, like some sort of charisma roll, and that'll be like, oh, okay, food, food.
Hmm.
Like maybe that's like if you hear like a lot of chittering, a lot of like teeth gnashing against each other. That's like how you know that they're approaching, because again, they're constantly hungry. So their approach is being signaled by a lot of like chittering. Like they're all like retroactively like thinking about food, and they're like like chomping at the bit to get that food.
Hmm.
Like maybe that's also a reason why it's like
Hold on. Let me think for a little bit. Hold on.
sorry, my mind's going in places.
Okay. So, I think the way that I would work it is that the Skaven, whatever we're gonna end up calling them, Morden's basically corruption on them is this eternal hunger, right? All of them are afflicted by this hunger. The closer you are to order, the less that hunger like exists for you. I like the idea that they can be bought out, but I think specialty units you would struggle to buy them out.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
I think if you came across a gaggle of rats, you could probably, as a wayfaring company, basically persuade them to leave with enough food. But I think if you came across like one guy, like let's say who's the Skaven who's like the scary assassin dude who like killed the dwarf
Master
thanes and shit.
Yep, that's Master Snitch.
Like Snitch, I don't think you'd be able to persuade with food.
No, I think that makes sense. It's mostly, again, it's like the bigger Skaven can probably dine on other Skaven, so they're fed. It's the weaker ones that can't basically dine on, that they haven't eaten. So they're more easily bought out, but, like higher up Skaven are already fed. So they're more cognizant, I guess. They're thinking more. They're not being led around by their stomachs.
Mm-hmm. So I have a token, and it's actually great because it's something that I wanted to play with for a while. It's from Darkest Dungeon 2. Those of you that have gone, who have played it, and have sort of traversed the various areas within Darkest Dungeon, or at least Darkest Dungeon 2, you'll end up in a place called the Fetter. And the Fetter is all about these enemies that eat each other, basically. There is a goat enemy whose whole purpose is to buff the other creatures that are there because it has something called fodder tokens. Fodder tokens and corpulent tokens are really big things in the Fetter, where if a creature eats something that has a fodder token, it gains a corpulent token, which gives it a bonus to like its abilities. Like suddenly now it gains access to an ability that it didn't have before. Yeah, livestock and stuff like that. They also eat each other, if I remember correctly. It's been a bit since I've played, but I think I remember them being able to eat each other. And then you have the Harvest Child, which is the boss of the Fetter. And its whole thing is making you eat like succulent meals. And like it infects you with its hunger. So that's a big thing for the Harvest Child, is it infects you with a hunger and makes you skip your whole turn basically trying to get to the meal that it has out alongside it. I could easily see Skaven possessing, like certain Skaven possessing an ability to make you ravenously hungry.
I am ravenously hungry. How'd you know?
That's literally not what I said. You weren't listening, you dumb bitch.
No, I just got back.
So I could see them possessing an ability to make you hungry. Like their shamans and stuff like that. Like instead of inciting greed, they incite hunger.
What kind of package?
Like,
I eat, my friend.
It would be fucked because I could easily see them making you roll a wisdom save and if you fail, you have to start making your way over to a corpse token.
Blech.
I think it would be twofold. I think it would be twofold. Actually, I'm really liking this idea.
That's kind of dope.
If they basically hit you with this hunger, you need to make your save or whatever. If you fail, you go over to the token. You benefit just like they do from eating a token. So you might gain some temporary bonuses, temp HP and shit like that. But for you have to start rolling on like disease tables and shit.
And you gain stress.
Yeah. So you might gain like advantage on your next attack roll and stuff, but you also gain 2 stress for eating a Skaven, and then you you roll on the disease table and shit like that.
Oh fuck! What is it? Just are they just like inciting them to eat Skaven, or was it like any corpse on the ground?
I think it'd be any corpse on the ground.
No. This guy just wants to. This guy's just trying to bring back that one fucking darkest dungeon boss.
Yeah, it's literally what I said.
God damn it!
Yeah,
I wasn't here when you said it, asshole. Who's the? Don't you have like a vacuumous maw god?
Yes, I
somewhere? I see. Oh, I know where this cave would come from.
Yeah, maybe they're not a creation of Morden. Maybe it's another Volinar fucking with the Minir, because technically the Minir aren't a creation of any god. They're just sort of a byproduct of the world. So I could easily see a Volinar rolling up and being like, "Well, aren't you guys weird?" and then grabs them and puts them in his pocket. Like, isn't
Sotomor the one who's like that's the serpent?
Sotomor is the cloaked serpent. He's all about like stealth and rogues and shit like that. The god that's all about like hunger.
Munchies.
That's Ekthros.
Isn't he the ooze god too?
Yeah.
That's
why the oozes are created. They eat, they consume.
I see. So oozes and Skaven come from the same boy, potentially.
Does
that mean Skaven can ride oozes?
They'd probably use oozes. They'd probably use oozes in their weapons and shit.
I want
like
ooze riders now.
You can't ride an ooze.
I want ooze riders.
What if some Skaven, once they die, an ooze pops out of their bodies?
They decompose. I want it so that I want the Skaven to be like clownfish, where like they can go inside an ooze and it won't kill them because they're from the same god, and so they'll hide in an ooze and like lure people to attack them.
I think oozes are hiding inside of Skaven, and then they just you just see them harking out like globules of slime from their maws, and then poop, there's an ooze there now, and you're doubly fucked.
That's a plague priest moment.
I might have to end up making a new god.
The great horned rat.
Because Ekthros originally hold on, I have to grab this and get rid of this.
I mean, wait.
Ekthros' whole thing was like fetid things was Ekthros' whole shtick. So like rotting and pestilence. But maybe it could be reworked.
I mean,
or we just make a new Volinar.
If you're making a rat god, the horned rat is a pretty based design. He's pretty sick.
It very much is.
He's kind of a badass.
He's kind of
wait.
Okay,
this is a bit weird. This is like the creation
of
how you corrupted the Minir to Skaven, right? Maybe that's a reason why they're like always hungry is because there's like at their creation like some sort of like ooze is planted inside of them that keeps them always hungry. It's like a tapeworm. It's just wriggling there and
Oh
eating
god,
whatever.
you're born with a tapeworm?
Well, born with an ooze. It's like
Yeah,
an ooze
yeah.
that's like and that's
I
what
don't know
allows.
about born with one. I could see like a sect of like basically what is the equivalent of plague priests, like cultivating oozes and maybe even like latching them onto like their skin, or like having little baby oozes like on them. So and then they grow up,
Why not in them?
or probably more wisely, throwing other people to the oozes.
What if it was in their blood, the ooze?
What is it with you guys and having oozes inside you? Are you guys into Legion? Are you into Vor too?
What the heck? What the?
You be
Hey,
honest.
my suggestion was based around how blood's a big deal in the setting.
Yeah. What is this? What? But
Or
yeah,
if blood
again,
is ooze.
it's like the gut bacteria, right? You're like digestive tract.
I could
Oozes.
see again plague priests revering oozes as a shard of their creator.
That's
Oozes are a
if we're
holy creature,
keeping them.
basically.
That's if we're keeping them as a creation of Ektheros. I think we might have to make.
Gotcha.
I either need to. Well, I already need to work on certain Volinar anyway. So I either need to make a new Volinar, who's all about hunger and like starvation and shit like that. Fear and hunger and all that. Smile.
Fear and hunger?
Or rework Ektheros so that way Ektheros also embodies hunger in some degree.
That's cool. Anyway, look at these cool vermin lords.
A god rat that ate itself, Ouroboros.
Ouroboros would be kind of cool.
There are some cool rat gods.
Indeed.
Maybe they have this very what do you call this? Some sort of like, I wouldn't say a slaughter lord, but like some sort of vermin lord that basically like
Everything. Basically, all chaos has some form of like the Giga Chaos.
Yeah. But what if one of the things why they basically followed this guy is because he kept like this entity, this leader type, keeps them fed by like shearing off parts of its flesh and giving it to them, and that basically boosts their the buffs their minions.
That would require if they wouldn't be a god at that point because the Volinar cannot technically enter the material plane.
Do you have a god of famine?
I don't think I do.
Like a locust god?
I don't think I do.
Because there's an option. I mean, rats and famine, baby.
Yeah.
The eternal hunger.
We can cook something up. We can cook
The vacuous maw.
Also, maybe this Volinar, right? Their aim is to corrupt all Minir, because again, Minir, like rats and mice, they're usually omens, like bad omens. But after they got doused in holy blood, they become symbols of of piety and faith. So they're like, what the fuck? Why are you taking my children, my whole deal? So he's trying to like revert them back, but much worse.
Yeah, I mean mice and rats and stuff like that could be a creation of this god. I like your thing, Lore. It's very similar to why Morlings hate Morden. Like fear and hatred and all that stuff basically fuels her. And they hate her because she's a cruel goddess. I could easily see the Skaven hating their god.
What if the Skaven are like, one of their like big end game thing is to eat their god to finally feel full again? Just like what the lore said.
I could see it. What do you guys think of this as like apartments?
They look like battlements, boss man. Like a training area.
Don't want
They
that.
do look like a training
Fuck.
area. I was gonna say training area or like a monastery.
No.
Oh yeah, true.
I don't want either of those.
Oh, why not?
It's too clean. It needs to look like a really rundown tenement, you know? Add trash. Trash pile number 5. Where is it? I mean, what kind of city is Rosewood? Is it like a water deep kind of scenario, or is it like a Baldur's Gate where everything's sort of just scrunched in on each other?
It wouldn't be scrunched. They've been expanding.
When you say expanding, do you mean like it was built and so there's like the old quarter and the new quarter?
Basically, like the inner
Like a-
wall here is the old, and then this is the new that's been added.
Yeah. Like the kind of like the French Quarter in New Orleans, you have this like old timey space that was made way long ago, and then as you leave the French Quarter, you enter actual New Orleans city area.
Oh, by the way, this might be a bit of another weird suggestion for the Skaven.
Oh, no.
But what if there's like, I'm not sure how concepts of like how knowledge and information is like disseminated in the world, but what if they don't have the knowledge or concept of like livestock of farming? Like what if that's like completely wiped out of their psyche? Like if someone brings up like someone say, oh, you can farm, or you can just like keep them and breed them to produce more, it's like just static noise to them because it's like the very concept of it is erased from their existence, like something that their god prevents from actually taking root in their mind. Is to always keep them, oh, we just gotta eat and go further and eat and go further and eat and eat and eat.
Well, I think it would be more of a case of like I don't think they're stupid enough to like not understand farming, but I think it'd be a matter of if they tried, they would just get too hungry and basically eat all the cattle.
Oh, that's
Like
true.
their eternal hunger would fuel them to the point where they can't farm or like do animal husbandry with animal like livestock because
They can't wait.
they get the munchies.
Yeah, they can't. Very short term oriented minds.
I like that.
Although-
I like that they can't cultivate their own stuff just because they just get impatient. Like I could see them planting seeds and then within the week ripping out those seeds and eating them.
Yep.
How about I guess another thing? How would they be able? Would they be? Would they? What do you call this? Will they be able to be saved? Like how a Morling, right? Morling can turn into Beast Folk eventually. Like even if it's like a once in a million chance.
Anything can be saved, just like anything can be corrupted.
But how can he be saved? Like what's because hunger is like a permanent thing for them. So
When you give a mouse a cookie, they
How
turn
can
to
you do-
God.
what?
I don't have anything specific, but
Yeah.
I'm sure that there's something like he may have just fucking joked and said give a mouse a cookie, but like unironically, I think if you give
Commune.
Master has given Dobby a snack.
I think if you feed them with good intentions type shit,
That's funny.
you giggle and laugh, but like the way Morlings are saved is an act of kindness. So
Well, yes,
True.
but I guess sorry. I guess the concept of like good. Yes, there's this saying here at least from what do you call this? What can love do? Can love feed you? Like when you're starving, it's like that sort of deal. It's like good intentions. Like sorry, that caught me off guard.
you'd actually feed them though. That's what I mean.
I fucking put my hand on top of the Skaven. Thoughts and prayers, brother. And then I walk on.
Yeah, I was like, but do you think it would have to be like again something that was prepared, like, or is it like
Yeah,
literally
I don't think you could do it out of fear. I think it would have to be like a genuine act, like sharing your food, like welcoming a stranger to your table.
Oh, that's nice. Like, okay, sorry, that feels like a great way to like again integrate what Minir have, like the inviting them in, feeding them.
Yeah, I
I
know.
think.
Because I'm a clever
Uh,
motherfucker. Thank you very
uh,
much.
Sorry, yeah, that it just
Yeah.
sounds really good. That's really good.
Well. I think we need to start from the top, Mr. Legion. Mr. Legion, all these ideas are great, but we need to come up with when you come up with where they come from, you can sort of spin off from there. So you got to come up with, we got to come up with a god. Like, what's the god shtick?
That's true.
Why did the god of famine, so even if it is a god of famine, become the god of famine?
I guess.
Did he
Sorry.
starve to death?
Oh wow, that's intense. That
Mm,
could also work.
that would. I mean, that would. That would
I mean,
birth a
that's
god
sort
as
of-
being starved to death.
The first man to starve to death.
I could easily see
First
that.
out.
Like basically
And that's what
cursing,
generally.
filled with so much rage and jealousy and hatred because everybody else around you was fed and you weren't.
Lazarus moment. That's kind of my go-to trope for God, especially in evil one, is, they perpetuate the evil done to them. It's real easy.
Wait,
Yes.
the wait, sorry. The Volinar, are all Volinar like quote unquote evil, or well, I say evil, but like, are all of them like malicious at the start, and that's the reason why they became Volunars because as a punishment, or is it like a bad act was done to them and they were like, oh fuck you, then they turned Volinar afterwards.
I think that depends on the Volinar.
Yes, it does depend on the Volinar. A majority of them are or were the Allfather's children.
Yeah.
So that's their biggest thing, is that most of the Volinar that we know of came about during the age of during the years of Eld, which is when the gods sat on the world and everything like that. They're the ones that sided with Enbrir. There have been Volinar made since that weren't of like the initial creation, basically mortals that have been lifted up. I don't want to say all of them are evil. Most are. But there are probably some that are more gray, like Tiamat. Sariel's sister is also probably more of a gray one.
Alternative is that the Lord of Famine was previously like the Lord of Feasts, or the Lord of Bounty, and then like
That could work.
either maybe his like bounty was stolen, or
What if when the Alpar struck the planet, then the food was gone, then he began to starve and became the Lord of Famine?
Oh. Yeah, there was like that brief period, right, wherein like everything was shaken up when the Alfar made the singularity.
Mm.
It's like originally like I guess they were like a lord of like some sort of excess, like people are fed, etc. All that. It's like the height of their civilization. Then the bombs dropped, and then he was like, "Oh, everybody's starving," and then it started affecting him, affecting that god.
I can see that.
Also, maybe this I don't know, maybe this famine or like this hunger god isn't really malicious. They're just like really starved, and it's like starting to seep out of them. Like you can't. There's not enough as it is at the moment to feed like a god that's starving. So basically, it's all that hunger is like seeping out of him and like affecting their creatures. He doesn't even know. Like they don't even know that like people like creatures are being like turned into the things they are now because of of what they're experiencing because they're too caught up being hungry. Like they're basically locked in a box, and there's nothing to eat, and so they're just like wasting away trying to sustain themselves without having anything to sustain themselves.
Well, if you're gonna go down that route, they're probably gonna be a big fucker. And at that point, I would just be like, why not make it? Why not make it just the world serpent? You know, the thing destined to eventually just eat the world.
Mm.
The world rat.
That would make them related to dragons because Midgar Sormer was the first great serpent. Or the great,
Wouldn't that be
great
funny?
one.
The Great Devourer.
Wouldn't that be
Yes.
really embarrassing as a dragon to know that you're related to rats? Kind of like people related to dolphins.
Yes, that's why the rats were like susceptible
I mean-
to angel blood because they already have dragon blood in them. Like
They
very
do share. Dragons do love to hoard, admittedly. Perhaps
I mean-
the radish hunger and the draconic hoarding stem from the same source.
Hmm.
But yes, num nums.
Isaac gives their books out to creators for free. Sizzle bought me the Pathfinder books for Foundry a while ago.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Herm.
Huh.
Or shoveling pretzels into my mouth.
Oh.
Yes, Whimsiest, the Falls Reaping Festival does change because of the perpetual autumnal season. Gerald is going to be putting more of an emphasis and focus, less on the harvesting and more on the sort of community building and like celebration of like skills and like talents and stuff. So there's going to be more emphasis put on like small little competitions and stuff.
The bounty.
More about like art, like arts and crafts and everything. It's less about the bounty because it's basically perpetual harvest time.
Yeah, the bounty, like what you get after the harvest. Like, I don't know, maybe it's a word thing.
No. Like, if it was normal Falls Reaping, that's all it would be about, would be the bounty. But because it's an 8-year-long fall, they're not really focusing on that right now. So they're focusing more on the tertiary aspects of the festival, which was like the competitions and stuff, cooking, arts and crafts, wood carving, all that stuff. That's what they're putting more of an emphasis on this year. I'll read you a little blurbo about it, chat, because you seem interested.
Hello?
You silly
Hello.
billies.
Falls reaping is usually celebrated to harvest the last of the crops that were grown during the planting season several months earlier. However, thanks to the 8-year-long fall, this is more out of celebration instead of actual harvesting. This year in particular, they'll be focusing more on festival events, such as crafting, woodworking, and arts, and so on to better build and emphasize community with each other. Although the crops will still need to be harvested, the festival will begin in earnest when the final leaf of Renara wheat is gathered instead of the usual wheat. The first day of fall's reaping will conclude with construction of the town pyre, putting up the willow poles and placement of paper lanterns which line the windows of homes, outside of houses, and streets. During this festival, the streetlights are turned off by the Eldermen. The significance of the lantern is for visiting families and friends that to let them know that you are hale and whole. Fewer lights around one's home might indicate a time of mourning for any that have passed during the year. And those who do not take any of the pyre's fire home with them might do so as a cry of help from their friends and neighbors, a sign for the community to rally together to help them. It's the town's responsibility afterwards to keep the pyre lit until the final night of the festival. The second day of fall's reaping will see the final harvest of the land. A person will be picked by last year's fall's reaper who will leave their plot unharvested. Boys and girls who wish to compete can ask permission to harvest. Whoever harvests the last crop of the land shall be dubbed the new fall's reaper, adorned with a crown of flowers and given a mantle made of autumn leaves. They are considered the guest of honor for the entirety of the festival. They must wear this for the entire festival until the final night when the moon settles upon the land at its highest. If removed early, it's said to bring a terrible omen and will bring a blight upon next year's harvest. The third day of fall's reaping is when the small competitions begin in earnest. Archery, sling, quarterstaff, darts, foot races, singing, dancing, fiddle playing, sheep shearing, wood carving, and cooking. These competitions often last for more than one day, with various brackets being made until a champion is decided amongst the townsfolk, with first place getting a healthy sum of coinage or perhaps a request they want fulfilled by the Elderman and the Wisdom. Rilisari Aldane is often the winner of the archery competition, and Gerald Alvane is the winner of the cooking competition most years. Why is there an 8-year-long fall? Because of the terraformer within Tyros.
Under Coralin. Or on top of Coralin. I don't know.
Underneath
The shadow.
Thorlin.
No, there you go.
But Thorlin no longer exists, which is why it's going rampant. Yeah.
The big tree.
They use quarterstaffs to spar with each other.
Why not Junger, you know? Or Jugger.
I beg your fucking pardon?
Jugger, the sport.
Didn't you already bring this up once?
He had.
Yeah. Nobody took it seriously, though.
We still don't.
But it's a real sport.
It's got a yee ass name.
Yeah, but this is America, so unless it's football, basketball, baseball, we don't care.
It's it's basically sparring with quarterstaffs. I also forgot to mention there's also like actual wrestling as a competition.
Give me
as
the
well.
oil Swedish wrestling, please.
Yes, it's Turkish oil wrestling.
Let's fucking go.
Yo, get Gerald on that
I
stand
assure you,
now.
shoving my entire arm down their pants is part of the strategy.
All right. If you look at text chat real quick,
Oh god.
Should I, though? Should I really?
those are the instruments, the quote unquote instruments you use to play Jugger.
Why is there a skull?
They use both lore. Buffers will be used by kids. Solid wood will be used between the grown-ups who are competing.
I've got your solid wood right here.
But like, what if you had the children also use the solid? I think that'd be pretty funny.
No.
Tim, where's the talent show?
It's a German sport.
Talent show?
Yeah.
I don't think you could have a talent show in a magical world, if I'm being honest.
What the fuck?
And
I mean,
why
you
not?
can.
why? Oh yeah, what, you're gonna cast Firebolt?
It's how you use the
15
magic.
other
Come on.
people who also can cast Firebolt go, wow, awesome.
That's why you. That's why you
All
gotta
right, well,
find a spin to use.
maybe there
the
shouldn't
magic.
be 18 other people that cast Firebolt. Jeez.
What do you want from me? How many times have I described how magical Tyros is? You don't get it.
Not enough.
So
No,
you're
you-
saying none of the spellcasters and heroes is special enough to, I don't know, come up with a funky way to use fireball?
Cecily wants the talent show so he can do his talent step and be like, it's not magic, so mine's different. So it's better."
No, I would never. It was definitely not just an elaborate pun. Tim, what if Skaven are an offshoot of kobolds?
Kobolds are related
Thank
to
you.
dragons.
Yeah.
So you just want them to be related to dragons?
Yeah.
I don't want them to be related to dragons.
Oh, okay.
But DM, then he uses the Draco Rat.
Fine then.
Fucking
Uh,
what? What the hell's a Draco rat?
Dragon rat.
Just because you say it and then don't explain it doesn't mean I know what that is.
One moment.
It's self-explanatory, boss man. It's a rat that has dragon elements to it.
is he gonna put out? Are you about to post an abomination?
No, I'm not posting the Hell Pit Abomination.
But speaking of kobolds, boss man, you got something planned for them?
Yeah, they came about when the first dragons were killed.
Say killed?
Killed, yes. Because the
Oh.
first great worms were slaughtered.
So they're related to worms, not dragons. Not like Bahamut dragons or Tiamat dragons.
Those are both great worms, dummy.
Oh, I guess I keep forgetting the classification you mentioned before.
DM, do you have a god of the harvest?
Yes,
Who are they?
Ebor.
Okay.
Oh, if you look back in chat, Hale has been mentioning about, what if, God of the Harvest and God of Famine are like two sides of the same coin.
The Shar Saloon solution.
Yeah.
They're the same coin. Well, the big
Does
thing is
Ebor,
Ebor's mostly the sun god. The harvest thing is like an add-on, basically.
oh, maybe, I guess maybe Ebor just took up the original Harvest gods, domain after they got banished to becoming a Volinar.
It's sort of like it's just sort of like how association works, where people go sun give food, therefore food good for sun.
What if the god of the moon went fucking crazy because what's inside the moon and started just eating everything?
You want Samira to go
Oh.
fucking insane?
Maybe.
Well, I already
Yeah,
have
daughter of the
her
moon.
evil
Maybe-
counterpart. That's Karthanak.
Okay. Well, maybe they're. Oh, maybe Skaven are Karthanak's kids.
They're were-rats?
Werewolf?
Maybe. Yes,
That'll
Mile.
be fun.
How about we just make a new one?
Fine.
That'll be real funky though. Skaven aren't like aren't a different race entirely. It's just a specific type of lycanthropy that affects Mimir.
That would be the easiest thing.
Oh. But yeah, maybe maybe Ebor took up Harvest, the domain of Harvest, after the original Harvest. Deity was like changed in some way.
Some of the changes that you're mentioning, Lore, are pretty cool.
An occult dragon, spooky dragon.
I was recently considering, I settled on Darren Lark being who they encountered, but I had initially planned on the party fighting a dragon.
Oh,
What?
oh, I see. Crown was like, it might be a little while since we had combat. It's time to put in the combat.
Well, like, you guys haven't
We
ever
don't
fought a dragon
try.
in my game, and I was like, maybe they could fight like a baby, like a young dragon or something.
Kill the baby dragon.
Its dragons kill you.
What if you made them
Kill
fight
your
the cookie
good.
dragon?
Made them fight what?
Make them fight the cookie dragon that I posted.
No,
Oh, where?
Come on. Scroll up into
it doesn't make
chat.
sense for where they are. Again, I told you that'd be the creation of Culinarian Prime, and guess what? Culinarian Prime's nowhere near them.
Why are there no Culinarian primes? Where in Ettenmoor? In the Ettenmoor?
Fucking look at him.
Yes.
That's why.
How about a jambalaya dragon?
I'm gonna put you in a jambalaya.
What? You wouldn't do that to a cat.
I would.
That's
I would, in fact.
That'd be wrong.
I've been wrong before.
What would Dante think?
What do you think?
You're putting a cat, their kin, into soup.
You don't know you.
Well,
I bet if I get him a fucking tin of cat food, a little wet food, he's immediately on my side. Does not give two shits about you.
well,
What if your Skaven god was actually the god of excess, like a Slanesh type? God of feast and famine. The whole reason the Skaven create famine is because they love eating.
That could work.
Yeah.
oh, they love Eden? Oh.
So he's kind of like the god of evil abundance, of indulgence, of sort of the now. Someone who sort of encourages their followers to basically disregard consequence and just do what they feel is good right now.
eating for the sake of eating.
Yeah.
Mm. Now that will be a good, what do you call it? Two sides of the same coin. One side's like eating because there's so much of it, and then one's eating because they really need to eat. Then there's nothing left.
Well, it's yeah. It's a malicious sort of very devil on your shoulder kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, just go ahead and throw a feast. So what? The crops aren't plentiful this time of year. You'll be fine.
That could also go against the usual Minir thing where they're all patience, uh, eat only when you really need to eat, etc. Don't eat too much. They can skip a meal because
I kind
Very
of fuck with that.
Knowlish.
Yeah, Knowles also, at least in original Faerun, have that like hunger thing going on for them.
Oh,
Yep.
oh,
That's fine. I don't mind twisting that around because I haven't really written much for Knowles either, aside from just slapping them in the
Okay.
Morling tag. So
time to write up Knowles.
I imagine sort of like a Bacchus figure that turned bad, basically continued to party into like even while the gods warred.
oh shit, yeah.
Party to cope.
Yeah,
I could see the Allfather being pissed, actually, probably cursing
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, it's like that party because it's the end of the world. Like everything's gonna end. So might
yeah.
as well.
Basically,
Like there's like
One
sort of
last
yeah, like one. Yeah.
through such an extravagant, like wasteful party that the very rats that feasted upon his divine feast grew into the Skaven.
Hmm.
Started eating the leftovers. Like the people got, even the rats got so fat off of his extravagance that they began eating the very guests there.
Oh, but that mean Skaven came first?
The what?
Skaven came first before the Minier.
Probably, honestly.
oh.
I mean, that does make sense. Like, the rats that stayed behind probably didn't participate in the feast, which led them to be able to become, the Minier of now. Because again, they were quote unquote patient. They didn't like dive head first into the great feast that was in front of them.
You could do it so that the people, so like, it could be the god that the cannibals of uh Insuna worship. He's the god of cannibalism and Skaven.
Hmm.
Those that feasted, basically, those that at his ball, his grand party, his final feast, who claimed they were sated, were eventually eaten. It was only those that continued to eat that survived. The ones that cannibalized the those that weren't hungry becoming the gnolls, and the rats that ate the people becoming the Skaven. At least I think so. Assuming the gnolls are the same there as they are in Faerun.
Well, they're birthed from their. Oh god, is there a fucking god? It's like it's some weird name.
I want to say Globia, but I'm pretty sure that's goblins.
Yeah, that's Gabos. Yanagu.
Yeah.
He's a demon. He's one of the demon princes, if I remember correctly.
Wait, was there like a null thing from way back that was written up?
A null
Like
thing
way,
from way back.
yeah, I think it was the demon hunters. I'm not sure if I said it or somebody else said it. I forgot.
Hmm.
It's like way back in the year.
Let me check my notes.
Yeah. I imagine evil Bacchus was like, feast to your heart's content, and only the ones who truly did feast to their heart's content were the ones that were basically elevated in his eyes,
Yeah.
and the rest, those that couldn't cut it,
More food.
became food.
Hmm. I fuck with that.
But that does it does feel like it's harder to redeem these guys now if they're like debaucherous in their lust for food. Like that's why they fell. That's how they got formed. Rather than,
That's just your
Wow.
ancestor does that. Doesn't mean you did.
no,
Yeah.
that's true. But I guess I guess it's the thing where like you don't also know their people probably wouldn't know that backstory that they would know that far. But it feels like it's harder to like save them, like I guess redeem them in the sense that an act of kindness is basically what turns them good, because from what they're like nom 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 nom.
I mean, not
Con-
really, because I'd say because most of today's Skaven basically are starving because the Skaven at like, yes, it's going to be extremely difficult, I think, to redeem the Skaven on top who are basically hogging the food for the other Skaven, but like the little Skaven slaves and little clan rats who are basically eating what they can because they're starving. I think you could. I don't think it's that crazy.
and but actually, yeah, that checks out to what I said a while ago. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Like the head honchos are the one that's chunky, and they're on the cutting block if they don't stick to their word.
The reason he doesn't have a little tuber is because that dork is logged onto the wrong box, basically.
Wrong device.
He would if he was on the right account. He'd be a little bee on top of Crown's head.
Also, hello, gamer.
That bee was supposed to represent the chat, but you don't have a text to speech little bot yet. Sorry, taking it for myself for the time being.
But I think that works out. That works out pretty great. Yeah, like you would have a harder time. Like I said before, you'd have a harder time redeeming, like basically a lord. But
It's hard to make the rat 1% see the evil they've done. You know,
yeah.
it is basically that.
Just popping in. Well, it's good to see you, brother.
Hope you feel better
So-
soon, Grim.
So it's like because I forgot, was Glenn Sworn a Slaughter Lord before, or were they some other high ranking one?
Huh?
Glenn Sworn, the bear.
Glenthorne was a slaughter lord.
So it's kind of harder to have like a rat lord becoming a Glenn Sworn.
Yeah. Not
Okay,
impossible, but much harder.
okay. Mhm. Would you say it's a lot easier to convert like Skaven wretches, like Skaven like minions, like Skaven slaves into joining order?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Maybe,
it's like
maybe not wretches, because wretches usually end up being fodder. They're usually the ones that die first. It'd probably be your specialty units, like your rogues and your warriors and priests and stuff like that, are the ones that you can usually convert. At least that's how
really?
I work it. Like the ones that aren't like one-shottable. It's gonna be harder to convert a minion because minions die so quick, right? They basically need that leadership hierarchy. But once you meet like a Shadowbeak or a Ripjaw, those are the ones that you have a much easier time converting, because you can actually like, they actually have like a life story, I guess is the way to put it.
Well, I guess it's going on in my head where like it's because these Skaven, right? They're just really hungry, and then a simple act of kindness again could easily sway them. Like, oh, okay, maybe I don't attack you because you gave me nom noms. And I feel like it's a lot. Again, what you said, it's a lot easier to what do you call this? to sway that the lower rats who hasn't eaten anything yet over like the bigger the higher tier rats who has fed on some of the lower tier rats already.
Yeah.
So it could be like a lot of Minir that maybe a lot of Minir that you see are actually more often than not slaves, Skaven slaves that a small act of kindness has converted, like maybe a scouting party that never reported back because they got fed.
I got it. So the reason why inviting them to your table redeems them is because they weren't invited to the original table. They stole food.
Oh, that's good.
They stole and eventually ate the guests there. But they were basically they stole food, and so their god, therefore, they don't love their god. Their god is just a path to power because they basically see it as very much stealing from basically a dismissive lord. They're still to this day basically taking his scraps.
Oh, that's good. Like an
I
uncaring
do
god.
like that. God, Sizzle, you're a dumb bitch. You know that?
Yeah.
All right, as long as you understand that. When the fuck are we going to play in your setting?
I don't know.
I want to play in the vampire-controlled land now.
There's just so much I feel like I still need to add to make it any good.
I want to be a human against overwhelming odds. I want to get grabbed by the Vampire Inquisition.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I don't know. I don't know how much I want you guys going against the vampires to start out, or like how evil I want vampirism
the
to
vampires and
Yeah.
I want to be a traitor to humanity because the vampires have treated me well, better than any humans have.
Well, that's the thing. It's like this is the system you live in, right? It's not like vampire. It's not like Star Wars where like I joined rebellion and I'm gonna fight the evil vampires. Nah, man, there's good people on the vampire side too because it's an entire empire.
Yeah.
Everyone you're gonna be affiliating with, good or bad, is gonna be within this system.
I want that.
Yeah. That's just harder to.
I want a human.
That's a tall order.
I want a human to look at me with disgust in their eyes as I come to collect their taxes, and I'm doing it because the dude in charge of me is giving me a bonus this year, and we really hit it off at the office.
I want someone
and
to
he's
make
also a vampire,
an underground scoia'tail druid, who's basically seen as a terrorist. And then I want someone to play a dampier. Probably not in the same party.
I want to be loyal to a fault.
Indeed.
I want to look at the suffering of my fellow men and be like, yeah, that's cool and all, but you people drove me out of your lands. And guess what? The vampires gave me a job, and they actually like me.
So,
You know what that sounds like, boss man?
Huh?
It sounds like I'm not sure if you've read the Strain, the comic book The Strain, but that's very, very apt to what happened there.
Oh no, I haven't read no comic books. I was going off of the characters from Castlevania. The ones loyal to Dracula. Where they'd much rather deal with vampires than deal with humans, because humans treated them like dog shit.
Yeah.
Alright, how about this design, huh?
yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, they look like tenements now. Tenements.
Yeah. You need like clothes hanging from houses. Put a well in the middle.
Maybe you can put like a little basketball court.
I was gonna put one more like little row right here.
Oh yeah.
And then leave this area as like a sort of park or like central park area with like grass and trees and like a well, like you mentioned, little pond, stuff like that.
Why not
So-
a basketball court?
A basketball. I'd have
You know
to
what it
come
reminds
up
me
with
of?
the sport of basketball in my fucking
This is gonna
setting.
be a wild
You
reference, but
you
you
throw-
guys,
Sorry.
you guys remember? It's not Shaolin Soccer. It's the other movie that they made. The meme,
Kung
fucking
Fu Hustle?
yeah. Remember the Tenement in Kung Fu Hustle? That's what it reminds me of.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, that's good.
Jesus.
Led by like one really
Yeah.
strong lady.
Yeah. Where's the I need the bugbear in like the perm with like the little things in her hair.
Oh my god, sorry.
You,
What if
huh?
she's
You
the
think you can
land-
fight me? And he stands up and he's roided. No, not you. Sit back down.
This is gonna be really
Yeah.
dumb, boss man. What if the Drac is the landlord in there?
Oh my god.
That's why, and that's
He's
the reason
already
why
the
it's-
landlord. He's already...
He's the landlord.
Yeah. But the thing is, right, they wouldn't think that the landlord of this little area here is the Dracus.
Oh my god.
Like, it's
Shut up.
already-
Shut up.
like
Shut
the-
up. Shut up.
like
Shut up.
Like the reason why.
Yeah, man.
Like this
Fucking
Stop.
Dracus comes out of his fucking manor with a fucking cigarette in his hand with fucking
Time to ruin some people's days. Fucking...
he's fucking got those fucking like slippers on their feet.
I walk down to your apartment. I knock on your door. You recognize me as the Dracus. I go, hey,
Yeah. Where's rent?
rent's going up by $200. And then I flick the cigarette in their face and I walk away and they go, you haven't fixed the sink. And I pull out another
Yeah.
cigarette and I go, I know.
I never will.
I mean, it's like it makes sense why the place is like stacked with so many strong individuals. Like you have overnights that also living in the.
I don't know if Nosgoth, that's it.
So the way
Like, this is their
the way that I want
power.
this is I think what I'm gonna do this for all the cities as well. Very Final Fantasy 14. Where you can roll up and basically if you're gonna stay in town for a while, you don't have to stay at the tavern. You can go rent an apartment basically while you're here.
Holy shit!
Nice.
It's like an Airbnb.
Yeah, so if the party
Wow,
wanted,
guys.
if the party wanted, they can go and just stay at like the apartments.
I
They
roll up
rent-
to Rosewood. Guys, look, it's the big city. I immediately get my fucking wallet pinched.
Oh! Oh, the Road to El Dorado. Yeah, that's fair. That little like hip basketball game they play. Also, hello, Sirik. I see you chatting in chat.
It's just ball and hoop, boss man. Basketball can be anything.
Shut up. You know it's not that simple.
Basketball is just a basket and a ball. It's in the name.
Yeah. Tell me about all the positions in basketball.
It doesn't matter. You just gotta shoot.
It does. There's rules.
No, it doesn't. The basketball of the streets demand that you only make hoops, man.
And that's why it's such a great game in its simplicity.
Yeah. Hoop, that's it. Hoop and ball.
That's all we need.
Oop this.
Shit. You know, I could probably just steal like the entire plot line of Legacy of Kain and put it into my vampire setting. That's basically what I invented.
Sick.
If they don't cut ball, maybe it's just rock. They throw rocks into hoops.
Rocks are kind of hard to dribble.
It's no dribbling, only shooting.
Then it's just that sounds more like ball, but instead of a touchdown, you throw into a hoop.
Maybe.
American football, by the way.
Oh, by the way, have you guys seen one-touch volleyball?
The what?
One touch volleyball.
No.
1 second.
What the fuck are you saying to me?
Who knows? It's all confusing.
Sorry, never mind. Not a Tiro sport. This is a Yalagari sport. This is from the Philippines. I forgot.
You trying to make Tyros appropriate culture, you dumb bastard?
Yeah. Now, would you call it appropriation if the person suggesting it is part of that culture?
Brother, I don't know nowadays.
There you go. One touch volleyball. Behold.
Yeah, watch that right now. I have my phone, but my phone's charging. Here, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'll watch it while I'm using the restroom.
Go piss.
Okay. Go piss, girl.
Best way to battle not ready settings is with good old ad hoc improv and keeping the scale of the session small. Yeah, but I shine with big. It's the micro details that where you actually make the campaign was where I struggle. I just like to think of the big picture because you can say really cool shit and then you don't have to worry about details like how did that happen and where. It's Shrimple, really.
It really is that shrimple. Shrimply Crilliant.
Indeed. The big picture is the fun part. Exactly. DCs can't explore big, my son. Make up big details and explain them later when you have time. Yeah, but I like making the skybox is the thing because I can make the skybox really cool, but I don't have to, and I don't have to worry about how the party actually traverses the skybox because it's the skybox. Then you're like, hey, make a dungeon with level design. I'm like, well, here's a box.
Then there's this tunnel that leads to another box.
Yeah. You'll be there all day, though. I want to be there all day.
Then why not bring a bunch of focus, bunch of detail into one small spot?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
My shame.
I'll show you shame.
Oh, okay.
You think you know shame?
Yeah.
What have you ever been ashamed of?
Well, there's one time. You don't just think about all the embarrassing things you did when you were like in middle school or like in high school, and you didn't even clock that they were embarrassing until like years later. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh,
Yeah.
I was, I was an idiot. I totally didn't get that social cue.
Wow, I was kind of cringe there.
I was, yeesh.
Well, I'm still bad with social cues, so just have to-
Hope they
Irrelevant.
fired the guy who made that blunder.
Why are you experiencing them now, Mr. Sizzle?
I always experienced them. I was
Oh.
clueless when I was a young lad.
We all are.
I think a girl asked my brother at one point when I was in middle school if I was autistic.
Hell yeah.
No.
That's a badge of pride now.
That's a
Hell
badge
yeah.
of pride. No, it ain't.
Now it is, yeah.
What?
Maybe it's the circles I'm running. I don't know.
What do you mean? Guys, you'll never believe it. Pulls out the fucking doctor's note. I'm autistic.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
I don't think that's how that works. But hey, man.
Maybe-
If it,
I guess maybe it's the circles that we are running. There's no
Circles.
overlap. Yeah, there's no overlap.
Mhm.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe my experience in Tumblr has skewed my perception of things.
Ooh.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, Lord, no, I do not got a setting. I'm a dumb bitch. I've got no setting to rattle around in. Why do you think I'm squatting in other people's settings?
You too.
Don't you do me? You have a setting now. You just spoke about it.
No. I don't have a
Careful,
set.
Sizzle.
I just have a vague idea of a setting.
Careful, Sizzle. I think Legion's looking for a new setting to squat in.
Oh no.
I smell
Or
blood in the water.
nor.
Vampires, you say?
Yeah.
How about Catholic vampires?
Yeah, they're gonna be. I'm gonna rip them from Magic the Gathering. What is it? Dusk Legion or whatever they're called.
You're going to make a
Basically,
vampire
Conquistador
deck in
vamp-
your setting?
That's right. And I'm gonna invite Rozzy to it. God, he really does not like vampires. It's insane.
You should tell him that next time you see him. You're going to make
Honestly, I
a vampire deck
should.
in your setting.
Why does Rozzy not like vampires?
Because Rossi doesn't like losing.
Oh. Vampires?
Straight up. Vampires can be very frustrating, admittedly. They have a lot of removal and lifelink. He really doesn't like lifelink because lifelink can get annoying. Innistrad, nah. What's it? Axolotl? What's that fucking release called?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying funny words to me.
Magic. Sexy
spot on.
vampire nuns.
Well, hold
Ixalan,
on
yeah,
now.
that one.
Now I'm interested.
Well, that's what Hale asked. I wasn't confirming, I was just repeating the question. No, I hate tropes.
Oh.
If I had a trope, it'd be trope reversal.
Speaking of vampires, Mr. Sid,
So I'm going to make a world of vampires, and then the nuns are human. And everyone thinks they're exotic.
No!
The
That's right.
nuns are actually human.
That's right.
And they're actually chaste. But speaking of vampires, Mr. Sizzle,
Okay. Yeah.
what rules do your vampires play by? There's a lot of vampire
Rules.
apology, right? Like you gotta invite them in, all that. They gotta count stuff. If you throw stuff at their feet, all that jazz. What rules do your vampires play by?
None of that.
Oh,
Garlic will not save you,
oh,
nor will
Aw.
God, because they killed God and ate his blood.
okay.
My vampires can walk in the sun just fine. At least
Okay.
the ruling class of vampires can. There's nothing saying that there are other like bloodlines that can't.
Okay,
Other than that,
but what if they couldn't walk in the moonlight then?
oh my god, you're so right. No, they can walk in the moon too. Fuck you.
Oh,
They will not be stopped by silly things like the time of day.
are all vampires like this, or certain vampires
No.
can walk?
The
Okay,
majority
all
of vampires that people know, as far as anyone knows, all vampires are like this because they have yet to meet a vampire that isn't like this. Because every other bloodline of vampire has probably been wiped out.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
because the
So-
first thing you do is eliminate the competition.
The thin
So-
ones must die.
What's the? How do you kill a vampire then? In this setting, usual decapitate, then stab through the heart, or
Kill?
so they're immortal.
The true ones, yes. But true vampirism is also extremely rare. Most people are dampier, which is basically you kill like normal. Majority
Are-
of your class, I think, is going to be dampier, with actual vampires basically being the elite.
Okay.
When an actual vampire shows up, people shit bricks and run. It's like Darth Vader rolling up.
What do your vampires look like? Do they look human? Are they like monstrous?
I don't know yet. I'm thinking about making them look like not I'm looking at it. Like have you seen the vampires from Nosgoth?
No. Could you send me a picture?
Sure.
What if they were all like Nosferatu from
Nosferatu.
World Darkness?
If I wanted them to look lame, sure.
If they're all ugly, I'm overthrowing them.
I don't remember the name of the comic, but back in
Right,
the
but
day,
like
uh, I remember seeing this comic about vampires. This set in like I think England, or like in that region. It's like vampires, and then there are zombies, like undead, and there's like a power struggle there because like the vampires are high society, the undead are the common people, overthrowing the other tiers of undeath, all that. Are there zombies in your vampire setting, Mr. Sizzle?
of course there's zombies in my vampire setting. There's necromancy is like the main state magic. Necromancy is not only is so rampant, it's to the point of mundane, to the point that you'll go to a town and there'll be the local bone merchant that will sell you, guess what? People's bodies and limbs and shit.
You would think they'd sell bones, but
Guess how they make fucking health potions in my world? Distilling people.
by people, do you mean humans or do you mean vampires and vampires?
Look,
Are
I'm
the
just
health-
saying the Red Cross needs your donation.
Oh, thank you.
I'm
Sorry,
saying I'm saying the reason health potions are red is because it's blood magic.
what about mana potions?
There's no such
Well,
thing. Don't be ridiculous.
Okay.
Don't be silly.
Restoring a spell by a drink?
Fool. Obviously, those are scrolls.
Okay. What about what's the setting like? Is it like regular fantasy? Is it like some sort of modern twist, modern fantasy? So what's the vibe there?
High Imperial Fantasy.
Could you describe it?
No, I
Yeah.
can't.
Oh, okay.
Is it grimdark? Are we hope maxing?
Is it grimdark? I don't like overly grimdark. I prefer the grimdark to creep in as you explore the world to realize how fucked up it is. So on the outside, it's just going to look like towns and stuff, with the exception of bone horrors walking around.
It seems pretty grimdark already. God's dead. The vampires eat him.
Well, yeah, the lore is grimdark. Anyway, I posted Nosgoth vampires.
What the heck?
At least
Rogues?
one of them. Yeah.
All right, boss man. Smash or pass.
That's...
And then the boss man say he'd kill them all if they went hot.
Hey, asshole. Fucking guess what? They're dead. Okay? They're fucking corpses. I'm sorry, did you think being eternally dead would make you hot? It doesn't.
I don't know. You haven't.
You rule through fear.
You haven't told me the aesthetic of your world.
But wouldn't
Aesthetic
being dead
this.
perfectly preserve my body?
No! You decay,
What?
you asshole!
No, but no. This can't be.
Motherfucker's walking around in fucking, like, so much preservatives that he looks like he's just covered in baby powder to protect his skin.
Okay, what about monster fuckers in this world? Do they
What?
exist?
By
Like,
definition, they have to exist because most of the nobility is vampiric and worship vampires. So, yeah, probably.
All right. I like how the boss man is just tuning us out. They're just working.
It's not his world, so what's he gonna do? Answer for me?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like,
What's he gonna...
you're asking him questions, asshole. What do you want me to answer for him?
I don't know.
Yeah, man, give us your opinion on every little thing we've just been talking
Sizzle
about.
goes to open his mouth. I fucking push him aside. Here's how I do it in my setting.
Hey, there's conversations, right?
Here's
Conversations.
cut.
You could just speak and say what's in your mind. Big, wrinkly, beautiful mind.
To be honest, I don't know how the vampires are gonna look in my world yet. They'll probably have a human form. Let's be real. I like the vampires. I like vampirism from Witcher, so they'll probably act a lot like Witcher. Because I think having like the actual vampires be very scary to the point that Witchers don't even touch them if they can avoid it is pretty radical. And like the old guard being so old that they're basically gods is pretty cool. And I also think that like the creatures that are like from the same species but aren't considered true vampires are pretty neat. The bat monster things.
Yeah, I suggest looking up the strain, Mr. Sizzle. You might find some inspiration there.
Hey, look up the what?
The strain.
The strain.
Yes, strain.
Is this? Last time you talked to me about undead, you showed me this weird anime of like this dude who stopped his zombification by choking himself out, which I'm pretty sure was just a thinly disguised fetish. And then a lady like killed some dude with her shoe.
What are we talking about? I don't remember this.
It was some anime you were talking about. Why? The strain, huh?
Did you see?
This is just Zuckerberg.
What do you mean?
Not the Zuck.
Huh?
It's some pale ass motherfucker with a jaw.
Big
It's
tongue?
honestly, it looks like big tongue. I see. Legion wants big tongue.
Well,
A
the
lot of
big
like
tongue is.
eye shit going on for some reason.
Oh, Cabaneri! Oh, there you go. Thank you, Choco Bear.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. It's like a mosquito, you know.
If I want to do mosquitoes, I'll just steal from Darkest Dungeon. They're way cooler.
True and real.
Okay.
Da-dun, 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 da-dun. What the fuck is that? A crocodilian. Hey,
Eee.
I'm gonna death roll you now.
I'm gonna hit 3 of your party members for 50 damage. In 1 turn.
You're gonna wish you brought more bandages.
Hey, boss man,
Yes?
I have a question.
Yes?
Yeah, I bet you do.
What do your vampires look like in the Grimwald?
Like misunderstood children.
What do they look like?
What? Hot dudes.
Stand by.
As he rips open his Flea Mortals book.
I must consult the ancient text.
Spot.
What did MCDM say?
Aside from that one very hot, vampire, what do other vampires? They all hot? Is that there's the direction?
Hold on. I'll get you another picture.
Speaking of vampires, we still need to get the gang together to fucking watch Interview with a Vampire season 2.
I agree.
Oh, Dan the Dan as well.
What? They look like Yuria. Thank you, Hale.
We also need to do Dan to Dan.
Dan to
3
Dan.
episodes.
One of the really sad moments from the manga got animated, so I would like to see.
I used to cry.
Correct. It did make me cry.
Oh, so are you saying all vampires in Adis are smashable?
I told you I'm finding a fucking picture, asshole. How about that?
Oh, sorry. You were like, I thought it was the second picture password.
Kill that guy.
I said, let me get you another fucking picture, you ungrateful bitch.
Jesus.
I have so many pictures. Oh. This is funny. Just because you already know, Sizzle, and you as well. Actually, I think all 3 of you know. but you most specifically because you're going to be playing the game. Sizzle, at some point in your life as Oliver, you're going to meet Sanguinius.
Sanguinius,
Yeah.
like from
I found
Warhammer.
some art of him where I was like, he's a perfect representation of the bad guy that I'm going to run.
Oh no!
But you're literally going to meet Sanguinius face to face.
Yeah, Sir, fucking Darren's beautiful lord or whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah, he's sanguine. Honestly, yeah, I'd probably worship him too. He's kind of a hottie. I hope it's Femme Sanguinius.
What?
Oh,
What?
You haven't seen the art for that?
that's the thing?
The art.
I'll find it. I'm waiting.
It's fan art.
I
Oh.
know.
Yeah, you know.
I wonder if I'm going
Be
to
a-
recognize the art style too.
Probably.
Hold on, chat. I'm trying to
Be a-
find this fucking vampire.
You just fall in love with the guy. Jeez.
Just fall in love with the guy. No. I will not get Sanguinius and Preg Legion. Stop asking.
I said love. What the heck?
Goddamn stupid ass vampire. I'm gonna tie him into Marana's backstory. Mostly because perfect. Mostly because I know what my players like.
There you go.
Oh, this,
Oh, good heavens!
Oh, good gracious.
yeah, this
Yeah.
art is really good. But you know, yeah. Anime womanified.
Oh.
I just remember sitting there, finding the art, being like, "Oh my god, it's perfect!" And then I looked at them for a second. I went, "This fucking Sanguinius." And I right-clicked, reverse
on.
image searched, and I
Yeah.
went, "Holy shit, it's Sanguinius!" Oh no, it's Sanguinius.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And then I tried to find something else, and I just kept coming back to the same art, and I went, fuck. It's just gonna be him.
Yeah.
It's too good to not use.
Close my eyes and all I see is him.
He's everywhere. Yeah, this is the vampire I wanted to use to interface with Marana. Mostly because I know Kieran's type.
Have you seen the Femme Custodies from the Warhammer animation?
No.
She's such an asshole, but she also has she
I
is
love
step on you energy.
Oh,
True.
I have seen her. Yeah.
Yeah.
My one comment is, why the heck is she wearing a white robe?
Why
I don't
is
believe-
the priest warrior wearing a white robe? What do you mean?
Custodians aren't priest warriors.
They're
What?
I mean, in a sense, yeah, they are.
No, they're like philosophers and stuff.
They're basically
they're-
like Giga Paladins, aren't they?
Oh, I don't know about that.
What do you mean you
They're-
don't know about that?
it's just a robe. Like, are only priests allowed to wear white robes?
No, I just wanted it to be more, extravagant. Because again,
It's like her
Yeah.
casual wear. You know how many people
No.
probably died to make that robe?
I wanted
And
to
that's
be
like
purple,
her like pajam jams.
some royal purple, maybe a maroon.
Oh my god. You don't want royal purple. Okay, so first off, all of the drip made on Terra was made by Rogel Dorn, and if you've seen his fucking armor, you know what he likes. It's gold.
Fair.
And
As I say, I don't
purple
think
has
I've seen
implications.
purple used anywhere aside from chaos. So,
Purple has implications. Emperor's children are golden purple, and nobody wants to associate with them.
pretty sure the Emperor's
Wait,
colors
wait.
are red, white, and gold, and black.
Yeah, mostly gold and black and white.
Fuck is where did I put this goddamn? I want to find it so I could show it off. Show off what a future villain. So many good that I found recently. Colors to do with ranks? Oh, okay. I just know that custodians are like the dudes. Like they're basically like
The Adeptus Custodes, known as the Legio Custodes during the era of the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, and colloquially as the 10,000, is the Imperia Adepta responsible for protecting the Imperial Palace and the physical body of the Emperor of mankind, as well as serving as his most important emissaries, his companions, and the keepers of his many secrets. The Custodes is an elite cadre of genetically engineered transhuman male and female warriors who are even more potent in combat than the Adeptus Astartes. They are to the Space Marine as the Emperor is to his Primarchs, and it is rumored that each was created by the Master of Mankind personally. His might permeates them, burns in their eyes, and flows through their veins as surely as their blood. As such, the Custodes are widely regarded as the deadliest warriors in the galaxy, human or otherwise. Unless Strazen comes along and then collects one, because he thinks they're funny.
I think these guys are neat.
And then he keeps one in his basement.
There you
Laura's
go. I
right.
finally found the fucking
It's-
picture.
It's the Aquilan shields.
The Aquilin
Oh.
shields. Damn, look at that smile. That damn smile.
So
Oh,
yeah. That's a preview of a future bad guy.
Wow.
Is that Sanguinius?
Isn't it?
That doesn't
I
look
don't
like
think-
Sanguinius. That's not
it
near.
looks-
That's not power armor is the problem. And there's no wings.
yeah.
Huh.
Sanguinius
Probably not.
canonically has like actual angel wings because Warhammer is not subtle.
Huh.
Mutated stuff, all that. Also, they have like a weird toga thing with the print. That sort of weird. I forgot what it's called. Like the sash that he's wearing, like the fur sash.
Hmm.
Neat.
Bossman just saw a pretty long-haired blonde guy and saying, "Oh, that's some good news."
I mean, I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, that's true.
Either that
More
or
often than
Xenos.
not.
So
My go-to would be like, to me, he looks like Alistar from the fantasy setting, the White Lion.
maybe that's what it is. Ain't the same? Alistair's got like a weird, like mullet look going on.
Yeah, in the game he
Yeah.
does.
Why has he got a mullet?
Cause he's a
Who knows?
wild boy. He don't give a shit what you think.
He's the white lion. He has to have a luscious mane.
That's not a mane.
don't like-
That's a mullet.
You
He could have
Uh,
actually
like-
had a mane by just having long hair.
Look, he's a young elf. Okay, we all go through phases.
wait. Bossman, you don't like mullets?
No, I don't like mullets.
Oh, okay.
Legion, what type of hair do you have?
Oh no, I have regular Asian haircut.
What does that mean?
Regular Asian hair.
What does that mean?
Curious. I don't think I could say that in like public company.
Well, I'm Asian, so I can say it. Come on, it's all right.
What am I supposed? If motherfucker, I become an asshole the moment I presume. What do you?
Oh, you know.
What is this bait? What is this right now? What is this twit longer you're
My
setting me
man
up
actually hit you with the racial stereotypes.
Oh, it is. Just don't worry.
It might be Sigvald the Magnificent.
Oh, true.
No, I don't think that's Sigvald.
Sigmund has horns. Some weird
His
ornament.
cock isn't
Sigma
showing.
doesn't have horns.
Well, we only see his torso, so
Yeah, that's. You think Sigvald would have a image of himself that doesn't have his full body on display? I don't think so. That alone shows me it's not Sigvald the Magnificent. The Salacious.
The scandalous.
The scion of Slaanesh. uh,
I love. There's so many different interpretations of Sanguinius. It's actually insane. There are some where like he looks like effeminate as fuck, and then there are others
Yeah.
where he has like the Giga Anvil like
Yeah.
jaw,
yeah,
like the most masculine man you've ever seen before in your life. I'm like,
Yeah.
why the community hates each other? I see.
It can be both.
it kind of adds to the whole, because the whole idea of the Horus Heresies, it's kind of like Warhammer Bible. So there's a lot of like Warhammer itself admits that all of the lore that you get through Warhammer is generally Imperial propaganda. So
It's through the perspective of another person.
yeah,
People with biases, shit like that.
yeah. So like, when they call orcs sneaky simpletons who can get bopped on the head by a simple guardsman, it's a little hyperbole. Or when they, pose the emperor himself clad as like a 10-foot dude clad in golden armor, looking like Jesus if he went to the gym for 30 years instead of being a carpenter.
What if I have the bad guy transform into Sanguinius?
I'm surprised
What
you
is
don't
that?
just take Sanguinius, because Sanguinius is such an opulent figure. I figured you would just use him for Voradare after he transformed.
Honestly, it's so the issue is that I like both of the pictures I've picked. I forget the guy's name now, but
Yeah.
he had such a great transformation moment in the game in 14.
Yeah.
That I was super smitten with him because I really liked how he like he basically like fucking ripped his own skin off to become what he is. It's like God, I forget his name. Super evil though. Like you've basically seen this shithead for the entirety of the expansion just be an asshole. And then at the end he like rips his own skin off and becomes like the perfect version of himself.
Also, speaking of Sanguinius and different interpretations, I think at least the canon on the books, like the book covers, he does have the giga chin, very masculine.
They only saw one part of him. They saw him like clad in cloth. I wonder, because the Wizard Kings are basically fighters, I could probably use Sanguinius, like him decked out in fucking golden armor with wings and shit like that.
The one I just posted, like, tell me this isn't Voradare, like, just being a little shit.
Yeah.
Treat himself like actual Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's the thing he does. He he's like, I'm gonna take your Vothri. Thank you. That was the character's name. Yeah, Vothri had such a fucking awesome moment in the fight that made me really like him. But yeah, fucking Fucking Voradare very much is like, I'm God's creation to this world. I'm perfect in every way, and I'm literally God now. So,
God, who is
it's why he's stealing he's why he steals Celestials from like the actual like Aranar and stuff. To sort of further play up that imagery of being a god is you need like a host of angels and shit.
I mean, that's what the Allfather did, you know.
as an alternative? There's also Fulgrim, but that's more arrogant. I'm better than you, and I know it.
He's very great.
Rather than the self-sacrificial. Oh, I'm such a martyr.
Oh, nice.
The Phoenician.
Love the cloak. Honestly, why don't Space Marines dress like that like more? What the fuck?
I mean,
It
some
is
of them do,
dripping.
admittedly.
I
Well,
mean,
this is
he's not a space marine. That's probably one
Yeah.
reason.
This is Emperor's Children, who are the prettiest of pretty boys. So, you know. I mean, dude has a hawk because he can.
Honestly, that's great art. That one too. The second one you posted.
Yeah.
The canonical.
Honestly, this is like what I think of, like, this is how I think Vecna looked before he turned into a lich.
Hmm. I can see it.
Actually, honestly, Fulgrim as Vecna would be hilarious.
Do you have a Vecna analog, boss?
I do, and Sizzle knows him already.
Can I know him?
Sure. His name is Kazrados.
Excuse me? What's the spelling of that? Oh,
That's the name that he took when he became a lich.
actually, I just realized ours. Okay, so are liches hollowed or stained?
They are technically stained because it's not so much counting their soul as the souls that they had to destroy to get to their position of power.
Okay. That checks out. That checks out.
I forget what we talked about with Vecna, to be honest. I have a memory of a walnut.
We were talking about Sanguinius.
I don't think.
Wait, sorry. I also have a memory of goldfish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. I wasn't even done.
I know Crowned is a big fan of Gullyman because he's got a hot Eldar girlfriend, but I think honestly he's missing out on Lionel Johnson because Lionel
You
Johnson,
just made Tristan super happy.
Lionel Johnson has the exact kind of like old like aesthetic that you love. Like all of your characters are Lionel Johnson coded.
Mm.
All your Final Fantasy characters, especially he's like old but handsome.
I have a question, boss man. Do you have a
He's
picture?
blonde, though.
Do you have a picture of High Lord Lofar, hiking Lofar?
Nah.
Maybe this is it. Maybe it's just Lionel Johnson as hiking Lofar. Like the old, the returned Lionel Johnson, not the old one. Let me see if I can find a photo.
Lionel Johnson's the one in charge of the Blood Angels?
Dark Angels.
Dark Angels.
Blood Angels were Sanguiniuses, who is super dead.
Yeah, he died to Horus.
Correct. Of all the Primarchs, he is the most dead of them. We can confirm.
Is there a chance that he can come back?
Absolutely not.
Why
I would
not?
I would be
Why not?
absolutely bamboozled because he is super fucking dead.
Yeah, but what about all the others? Weren't they also super fucking dead?
Some are super dead as well, yes, but he is the most canonically dead
Why can't he come
of
back?
all
No,
of
no.
them.
Okay. I think Horus is the most super dead. He got freaking coming out.
Horus
now,
is
but
yes.
he's like gone. He's like literally ripped out
correct.
of like.
His soul obliterated, but I think a close second is Sanguinius is be fucking super Omega dead.
Why?
Maybe they bring him. Why? Because he
Why?
fucking got owned by Horus, like on screen death, like murdered.
Okay.
Okay,
You're telling me he can't come back from that?
I'm
be
not
fair-
saying. Yes,
To be fair, it has been stated, especially with what do you call this in Godlight. You know the Imperial Sword. Like the Emperor did say that he can bring back some Primarchs who are gone. Like he told that to Mortarion, to the Death Guard Primarch.
yeah, but the Emperor's a schizo, so
I mean, he just brought back Gilliman from the dead, from
he
just dying.
didn't bring Gulliman back from the dead.
His girlfriend did.
No.
Fucking
In Godlight, he dies. Gilliman dies. He got possessed by the Emperor. That's how he managed to like set fire to the Garden of Nurgle.
yeah,
he was
okay,
He was
but
already
like.
dead.
Space like Ultramarines are special in every way. Like you can't take Ultramarine plot and be like, yeah, that'll happen to all of them. All right, Ultramarines' whole shtick is that they're special, unique plot armor Smurf boys. All right, fucking Gulliman comes back. He doesn't look a day older. Lionel Johnson comes back. He looks like he's a retiree in Florida. Okay.
Okay,
The rest
okay.
of everyone else who's not Ultramarine has to face reality. Okay, it's just how it is.
Okay,
be
but
fair,
why,
okay.
why you're not telling me why Sanguinius can't come back?
Because he died.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it
That
does.
Doesn't.
Well, he got brutalized by Horus. He literally got hanged as like. So you know the artwork that you see wherein Horus is like standing over Sanguinius's body. They kind of retroactively retconned that. Like Horus wasn't standing on Sanguinius's body because Sanguinius's body was pinned on the background on the wall. Like he got nailed to the wall.
He got crucified.
And
Yeah. We don't. It wasn't stated how long the events were before being found. Maybe he got brutalized. People say that maybe they can bring him back because the Sanguinor is still there. Like
The only
basically,
thing that they could do to bring him back, I think, is if he became like one of those like saints from the Sisters of Battle. But again, that has not happened yet in 10,000 years, and the Emperor is not getting better. He's just becoming more schizo. So I feel like if he was going to do that, he would have done that by now.
that's true. But then again, maybe
And
they're just biding their time.
the whole plot of the Blood Angels, their whole shtick is that his death is what set them off to become filled with the blood rage. Okay, if he's not actually dead, then that was just a fluke.
I'm not saying he's alive. I'm not saying he's fucking sipping mojitos somewhere, like vibing. But you're telling me his soul can't be grabbed? His soul got fucking fucked?
It's been 10,000 years, my friend.
And
Guess where human souls go?
he's not
The
a
war.
human.
Oh wait, I think there was that one book wherein Dante actually spoke, I guess quote unquote spoke to Sanguinius' soul, who, like when he was dying. He was like, hey son, I know that you served for over like 1,000 years, but you still got a job to do. And basically pushes his body back into earth, pushes his soul back into his body. Because he was like, okay, am I done? Can I rest with you now, Father? Like, no. More work must be made. So Could be, could be he's gone, could be he isn't gone. There's that.
I'm just saying Lionel Johnson is Warhammer's angry grandpa, okay? And he's
Well,
got
not anymore in the most recent books. He's like
what do you
really
mean?
mellowed out. Oh, he apparently mellowed out so much that he's bringing in again the Fallen.
Okay, well
Like
he's grumpy grandpa, okay?
he's he's okay. He's
I mean,
like
look at that brow.
okay.
There isn't
So
there's no way that isn't at least holding a grudge or at least severe disappointment.
there's this. I would say he's like a imagine a very conservative grandpa that has turned a new leaf, and he's like trying to unlearn some deep seated stuff that he had before. Because there's this whole passage on the cover of his book. I need to check it out. Something. There's a whole passage. I just need to remember what it is. One second.
Yeah, that Gulliman came out and was like, "Holy shit, the Empire's fucked. The Imperium's fucked."
Correct. And Lyad is no different. He came back from I forget where, the warp, I guess. Not the warp, the webway.
You fucking
was
Eldar.
like-
No, my God. The Emperor.
Correct.
And you know the meme? I saw a meme. I forget where I saw it. It was definitely like some like 4chan meme or something like that, where it's basically like, my sons, do you finally understand? And one of them were complaining about Gulliman fucking the Eldar. And he was like, oh, at least Gulliman understood my plans. They were like, Emperor?
Yeah.
It was like, I made you
Well-
the masters of the universe. What do you think I meant by that?
Well, so the funny part is that the Emperor, before Chaos basically fucked his plans, the Emperor was planning to enter the webway and use that. So yeah, he was basically looking to get some Eldar puss. He said it was for trade, but we all know.
Yeah, trading some fucking spit.
Yeah.
I like
Basically,
the Emperor
he was-
even more now.
He was basically like this close to basically removing the necessity to travel the warp to like jump galaxies or systems.
Oh,
And then Magnus fucked it up.
Magda, where the fuck is Magnus?
Yeah.
But the quote is something around the lines of they were like very repentant. They were like, I failed my father. I fear I failed my brothers. Then he's like, I do not want to fail my sons. So he's like turning over a new leaf compared to the line that basically one shot at a guy that was like going against his orders. Because there was that one dark angel was like, hey man, I know we need psychic magic warp powers, but the emperor said no, and he keep insisting like, hey, I know my dad said no, but it's kind of important right now. And that guy's like, no, we can't do this. The emperor said no, and he got so pissed off that he basically one punched his head off. It's like he's like trying to turn over a new leaf in that sense.
I do love. I think my favorite thing that I've been seeing with the Primarchs and stuff like that, at least what I've heard from little blurbs, is them being like, "Holy shit! How the hell could you people interpret his will so incorrectly?" Like,
Yeah.
and then they like people question the Primarchs about it, and they're like, "How are you gonna ask me if what I'm saying is true or not, motherfucker? Did you live with that shithead? I did."
Yeah. Correct.
Yep.
Correct. The Emperor was very explicit that he didn't want to be worshipped as a god, and guess what? There's an Imperial cult, and all of his kids knew that. They're like, yeah. Thank you, Erebus. Fucking asshole.
My dad would fucking hate you guys. You understand that? Like,
That's
It's
because
funny.
technically the cult, the Imperial cult, their book was basically written by like
Oh, that was Lorgar. That was Lorgar.
correct Lorgar, yeah, who was guess what, like the OG corrupted chaos, arguably the guy who started it all.
Yeah, the first heretic, I think.
Correct.
But it's
So
it's very like hypocritical considering again they effectively can't function. They really need that faith to drive people
correct.
on. That's really just what's
Uh,
keeping them alive right now.
Honestly, it's kind of the Emperor's fault because he was like, "Guys, I'm not a god," and then proceeded to stack
Oh,
so
true.
much religious iconography on himself and walked around
True.
as a 10-foot man dressed in full golden armor. And I like he was really sending two different messages.
Do not worship me, says man with wings
As
and
he
halo
flies
of
around
gold.
in his flying cathedral fucking gothic ship in full plate with angelic golden wings behind him. Guys, I'm not a god, I assure you. I'm just like you. Fucking
Oh,
incinerates an army with his mind. No.
also, what's really fun is when Gilliman came back, he was like super depressed. Right? He was like, "Oh fuck, everything we've fought for is gone." But when the lion came back, he was like, "He's the lion." Like according to the book, the Lions of the Forest book, he's basically like the noble, bright guy right now. He's like, "Oh, I'm going out to basically save the people, like everyone who's being like marooned right now in the warp because of the tear." He's like, you know what? I need to save those guys, and those guys are what matters at this moment. He's like going from again the whole exterminator to protector deal now. He's like,
It's funny.
oh,
I'm reading Kingslayer right now, which is the Warhammer book about the Assassinorum, and they enter a Titan world, basically we're knights. And if you don't know about the Imperial Titan worlds, they're the worlds of the people who basically the pilots of essentially the Imperial Titans.
Oh yeah.
They're the guys. So the Imperial Titans are basically like the worlds that basically pilot them. They're very chivalric, very like Arthurian legend, like talking about houses and stuff. They're also very political with each other. And thirdly, because they basically pilot war machines of death, they are probably the closest thing to independent in the Imperium. They don't even necessarily consider themselves Imperium, they consider themselves allied to the Imperium.
yeah,
Oh shit.
Correct, because when your cadre of knights are piloting what is essentially ancient technology that rivals like the Eiffel Tower on average or larger, you can
larger.
basically tell the Imperium, fuck you. And they go, understandable, have a good day.
Yeah.
God, the Imperium loves handing out power like that. I look at the rogue traders.
It's the power so the power was sort of handed out during the Great Crusades. It's definitely one of those things where most of the power you see out there are bygones, much like our current laws, where they were made long ago under different circumstances, but still apply because of faith, right? Because the
Nobody
emperor said
rewrote
so.
them.
Exactly. The emperor said so 10,000 like a millennia ago. So it obviously God meant it. So that's how it is now. Smile. You also
Also,
have the Mechanicum basically worshiping these walking death machines as actual gods. So
which
good luck getting the Mechanicus to like betray these things for the Imperium's sake. But what's funny is that they're in like the court right now, and they're sort of infiltrating the court. And there's this old codger knight who's bitching because Gulliman ordered them to join the Crusades, and he's like, "Back in my day, they wouldn't order us to do shit. They would politely ask."
uh,
Piece of shit, Gulliman. Who does he think he is? Telling us what to do? We're not even technically Imperium. We're just their allies. Those cunts. God, this is why you can't fucking just do what the Imperium says. They'll just take all your rights.
That's so funny.
It's pretty funny. He
mhm.
wasn't necessarily wrong either. Oh, and then one of the lady who's like in charge of the fucking like tech priest nunnery for all these knights, very powerful lady, is fucking yapping about how Belisarius Cawl is basically a fucking heretic because he made the fucking Primaris. Because he's like, ooh, he's inventing things. Hiss.
I love Paul so much.
Ew. Belisarius Cawl, that fucking heretic, that wretch, that thing is gonna lead us all to our doom. Don't be talking to his ilk. They make shit like grav tanks and crap. They aren't fucking listening to the sacred blueprints handed down by the Omnissiah. He's like leans in, inventing.
I saw a little blurb recently about are there still AI around?
Yes, but we pretend they don't.
Yeah.
Why do we pretend they don't?
Because they are heretical beyond repair because of the Iron Men that almost wiped out humanity.
Yep.
Basically, a long time ago, well, even before I think the Great Crusades, the Admech were correct.
Yeah,
they made the AI, and AI turned around and became basically Terminators. And so they're like, no more. We do not make AI anymore. It is deep heresy.
That's
However,
like oh, sorry, continue.
that isn't to say that AI isn't still around.
Yeah, the little blurb was basically a ship coming out of the warp.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
And the AI being like, what the fuck happened? Why are you all monkeys with sticks and rocks?
Correct.
Holy shit, you guys suck. If your ancestors could see you now, they would throw up. You guys are fucking gross.
Correct.
Oh, I'm not sure which ship you're talking about, because there's one that's like no, it's the one wherein the crew of that ship went down to check up with the populace, but the populace saw them as heretics and basically burned them at the stake, which enraged the AI on the ship.
That one, I think it was that one.
Yeah, when they got boarded, all the space marines got mag locked in their suits, and the mechanical were like saying their prayers and like, oh my god, you guys are fucking stupid.
Yeah, see, so yeah, there's still AI around, and if it's called AI, it's super heretical. There's also really old tech that the Imperium can't really afford to get rid of. So
You cut out.
Oh, I'm saying there's old tech like the Knights that's really old, and it's kind of up for debate whether there's AI in there, and the Imperium's solution is to just not look too closely or call it something else, like machine spirits.
It's I think it's like pseudo AI, like especially in the Titans and the Knights, wherein you it's like you jury rig your consciousness, right? And then there are other previous like other pilots in there.
Correct. At one point, one of the assassins goes into an armiger, which is a smaller Titan, and basically the Titan, you have to like sync up to it. There's like a port, like a Matrix shit you stick in the back of your head, and the Titans, definitely not AI, basically greeted her as this like chorus of basically all of the previous dead pilots whose personalities have been imprinted upon this machine, and they all basically talked to her as like a committee, and it was like, are you really who you're pretending to be? State your entire family line from like the beginning and she basically, it was like 8 hours of her basically reciting her like father's side to the beginning and her mother's side to the beginning of like fucking time. And they were all like, all right, she checks out. Yeah, that we think this is him. And there's like one voice that was like, he's lying, liar. And they were like, yeah, shut up. You always say that. So
nice.
Whether the Imperial Titans are AI is also kind of up for debate. Because she went to her other like assassin companions and talked about it. At one point, she said it was almost AI, and they all sort of like leaned in and they went, "Now you better not be talking about some heresy." And she's like, "Oh no, I'm just saying it's like AI. It's actually just like the imprints of their emotions upon the machine. Don't worry about it." And they're like, "Oh, okay. No, you're right." Whew. Thought we were gonna have to
Ah.
shoot you for a sec.
Oh, we're gonna have to. Wow, that was crazy. You know,
Yeah,
my hand was
AI is a
on my
no-no
gun.
word. Correct. But much like human beings and religion and politics, we sometimes twist the narrative to suit our needs at the time. So just because the Imperium says they definitely don't do stuff like mess around with Xenotech, they definitely mess around with Xenotech all the time.
You got, especially Death Watch. If
Ugh.
you look at here,
It's definitely not Xenotech. I look at every Assassinorum weapon ever made. Definitely not Necron Tech, I assure you. We do not go spelunking in Necron Tomb Worlds for their funny gizmos. That would be
really
super
awkward.
heretical.
it's weird because what do you call this? Back in the Golden Age, right? Golden Age of humanity stuff. Like their tech basically rivals Xenotech. They have weapons that, if looked
Yep.
at it from modern day Warhammer, it's basically Xenotech with how devastating they are. Like the one that basically rips a wormhole. I don't think even Xenotech has them. Maybe Necrons. It's like Golden Age humanity is basically on par with Necrons when it comes with their with the stuff that they can like sling out.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Necrons can do some crazy shit. Having read the Necron book,
Yeah, stopping time, all that.
just recalling all of their dead guys to get repaired back at home. They basically don't value any of their Necron lives because
Yeah.
a Necron actually dying is like usually pretty rare unless Trazen is involved, in which case, good luck. Because he's going to do something stupid and quirky.
Oh, but also
I
Boss
said
Man.
no.
Boss Man, what do you think? Why not?
Whatever you were saying,
What are
that's
you
exactly
saying?
how you sounded to me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Lion L. Johnson as the face for hiking Lofar. What do you say?
I'll think about it.
I mean, look at that
Well,
man.
secret.
Look at that receding bald. Look at his receding hairline.
He has a very nice. He has a very nice mustache.
He does. That's like the one big boon he got. Like comparing to
I think
old
Lionel
guy-
Johnson should be like your first Lord of Tyros, though, not like any dude, any
Yeah,
mere
I-
man.
High King Lothar is the one who founded the current kingdom of Tyros.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
He's
agree
the
with
one who
Legion.
rode on the back of Hraesvalgr and made the vow with the dragons and shit.
He is that guy.
He is like the quintessential Tyrosi human. Is High King Lothar Amren.
He is John Tyros.
True.
That or Boris Todbringer.
Good old Todd.
we love a good old Toddy.
What do you think of this design that I'm building up right now?
What's it
I
for?
like it.
This is more apartments. There are apartments on both sides.
Does oh sorry, continue.
Is this city like a structured kind of city?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Rosewood. I hope it's structured.
It feels a bit motel-y, not gonna lie. That one to the left.
Feels a little what?
Motel-y? Is that what you said?
Oh. Motel 1 city.
Oh no, hello?
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I don't think they try to cram. A big thing with Rosewood has always sort of been its aesthetic. Cramming would be like Sunfall.
Mhm.
Sunfall is definitely cramming because they are building around like causeways and like waterways and stuff like that. So they had to cram.
It does just give me like hotel vibes. I can't explain why. I think it's the way it's structured.
Okay, I'll
Like,
just come
if
up
you
with a different structure then.
Because the one to the right is like really does feel like a small community within a bigger community.
Very well. I'll come up with some different designs.
Summer Hall though, still really dope. Still really pretty.
One more time.
I said Summer Hall though, still very pretty.
Oh, Sunfall? Yeah, I still like Sunfall.
Oh, Sunfall, my bad. I forgot. I'm bad with names, you see. On account of my goldfish mem-
I'm a little ooped.
Maybe build around a structure. Yeah, I could see that. I could see them building around like this being built around the pond and stuff.
Just make the what was his name? The founder of Tyros.
Lothar.
Just make him fucking Conan the Barbarian.
No, that's more fitting for like a barbarian king during the Age of Woe. So maybe like his line descended, like his family line descended from that.
You just like you see an ancient homage to the founder of Tyros, and it's just fucking this picture.
Yeah, like I could see like Lothar's ancestor basically being that back during like before the Drusharan Empire was even founded. I think I'm gonna call it there.
But-
I'm a little eepy.
He's an EP boy.
Okay.
but real quick, elevated areas like maybe some that are in like a higher plateau, or is it all just flatlands?
No, they're already on a higher plateau.
Oh,
Yeah,
Are
they're
there
built.
no over-
They're built on a plateau
okay.
that then descends down into like farmland and stuff. They are built with to withstand chaotic sieges. Hence their structure and design.
Understood.
So yeah. I'm gonna call it there.
Okay.
Okay. I guess.
What are you saying to me?
Oh.
Legion.
Oh, I said, we're leaving?
Yeah. Say goodbye.
It's Jover.
Bye, chat room.
Legion, say goodbye.
Oh, did Sizzle not say goodbye yet?
No, you, Legion.
Oh, okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed getting once again plot dumped on Warhammer.
Hell yeah.
Once again.
Or
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. And of course, all of your insane generosity tonight. My God. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs, all of you lovely, lovely people. That's going to be it for me tonight. The next time you will see me will either be Friday or Saturday. You will, for certain, see me on Sunday. But we will be streaming one other time this week, trying to figure out how we can work in a Fiendish Forge game, because I know Brett would like to run a game. So we're trying to figure that into the schedule. So 2 more streams this week, and I will let you know when that is. But that's it for me tonight, guys. I'm going to be working on that poll for the patrons. So you guys can sort of get at least something in your hands for your continued support. My God, I've been super lacking on that, so I do apologize. And for all of you that have continued to support me, thank you. Thank you so much. I will try to get something in your hands, anything, basically, so that way you feel like your money is going to a good cause. But yeah, I hope you all have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. And I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat.